Habari kila mtu. That means um, hello everyone. So we will begin as we always do with a prayer to ancestors to have a good conversation, to share wisdom, enlightenment, and knowledge, and to receive the same with grace. And with that, we begin. So, you know, there's been all this. Hold on one second. All this talk about, men, women, uh, who's wrong, who's right, and so on. And it's interesting to me that these supposed, conflicts are occurring now when, for the longest time in human history, people have well seemingly been getting on, relatively okay. Not perfect, but okay. Hello, and Vera. Good to have you. Yes, Amani Dada, and of course, and we have always more punctual than me, Koku from the Bitter Medicine podcast. We had a good conversation. Hey, Yona B.
Hi, Chen. How are you?
Is it me? Oh, shoot. I, I- I'm good. Okay, that was probably me. But how are you doing?
I'm
Okay,
good. I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're most welcome as always. So let's take a moment to say greetings to everyone who joined us today. Thank you. Um, Amani to Koku, always here. Yes. Hello, light bearer, naturally spiritual. Good to have you. Oh, wow. Oni is being nice today. Thank you, Oni. He says the solid Erzulie, the beautiful Yona and Tanzan. Wow. You must have woken up on the right side of, the futon. I'm kidding. But yes, thank you for joining, Oni. And yes, so habari, amani, karibu, everyone. Okay, so where do we will begin with this whole saga? I was saying that, from whatever, humanity began, I don't know when, and even before humans were here, look, the two halves of the reproductive, every reproductive system, they always know how to get along enough to produce the next generation. So it seems interesting to me that even in human history, now is the time that suddenly we have conflicts and issues and all that, when we thought, however long we've been here, that was enough for us to sort these things out. Um, yeah, but we'll continue. Okay, so I guess Oni is back to his usual self. Okay, so yeah, so it seems like there's been almost a crisis in both expectation, result, delivery. Everything is just, everybody is complaining about everybody else. The women are not doing this. The men are not doing one, two, three. Like, did we just wake up suddenly and discover that we were men or women? But yeah, so you're saying hello to the chat as well. Yes, it's, we have to say hello as Africans. So Yanabi, and for this discussion, just to be specific, so people don't think that it's an all-round discussion, we're mostly just focusing on the United States, because it's really the the spearheading of the culture. Is where everyone looks to, whether they want to or not. That's where everyone looks to for the the definition of morality in modernity. So when people talk about even rights, when people talk about justice and right and things mattering and these are all frameworks of the American system. So, this is what we're talking about for today. Um, so, just a summary, it seems that everyone is at everyone's throat. I think let me summarize the men's position first. And for me, I always just do the general thing. I don't say, oh, these women for now, but in any case. So the women's problem is attitude, independence. Um, Shall we throw in the weave in there or not? I'm not sure, but we'll just start with attitude and independence for now. Mostly attitude. And then that's the main problem that I have, generalized that American men complain about the women with the attitude. And then for the women, the general complaint is what's the general complaint? Is it laziness or is it, not caring? What is it? Yona B.
That's a good question, Tan. I don't know. I think it's both. Probably it's both.
That they're lazy, that they're not concerned.
Yeah, I think it's both. I can go with both.
Okay, okay. All right. And then I know you and Erzulie, he's not here to defend himself, but who will try to, represent his position. So his position, and I think a lot of men in America feel that women were given too much power or they took too much power, both in mostly, I think, in education and career and things like that. And then they felt like they didn't want to be with men and they ended up not being with them on a permanent basis, but more on a short term basis. What they term the hot girl summer and so on. And so that led to, oh, hey, Zuli. Okay, yeah. So after Oni's, going back to his oniness, I guess, I guess he gets a cookie. What? That's a euphemism for something I feel. But you know what? I will not, P block over here. So yeah, yep. It is what I thought it was. So yeah. Okay. So, hold up. You all don't know. We all don't know. Okay. Well, then, yes, I will give you a second.
Here
We-
we go, Julie. Here we
yes,
go.
yes, it was going to get done. So, okay. So, the women have a bad attitude and the men are lazy. Yes. So I think we have, gotten to the bottom of the complaints. And then the result of those is, as everybody, can we say in unison, single mothers. Yes, that is the bane of society. So, yes, it's women just being, loose and careless, and men just being lazy and irresponsible. And so, I hope I have summarized that well. You can take a stab at it if you want, or add to it if I've missed something. So go ahead, Yona.
I think it's both parties that's being lazy and irresponsible, for sure. It's both parties that's playing the blame game, and like what I always say, it's the kids that are basically, left to just fend for themselves. So I don't think it's just the man. I don't think it's the woman. It's both.
So in terms of here we go. Karibu Zuli, welcome.
Yeah, what up?
Hey, Zuli.
Yeah, hey, what's up? What's up?
Hi, Julie.
Hey, what's up? Man hater. What's up?
Zuli, you know you're my teddy bear, okay?
Nah, yeah, I know I am a teddy bear, so you could handle, control, and then throw away. That's what y'all do. Y'all don't want real men. I just want to
Come
control.
on. You and Gas, you guys are my teddy bears, Zuli. You know, but
Again, look at you trying to feminize men. Teddy bear. What shit is that? Who calls another grown man a teddy bear? Go ahead.
no, you know, you cool people. Snuggle, you know, you my boo. I'm gonna take you out
Nah,
to
nah,
Cafe Azuli after this,
nah,
okay? Tan is
nah,
not here, so I'll take you to Cafe. See,
nah,
I'm
nah.
cupcaking, cupcaking.
Well, see, exactly. See, this is what y'all do. Y'all want to talk that sweet shit to soften the blow that's about to come. So to be like, oh, nah, we don't do that here.
All right, so let's go. What say you? Besides us being state property,
Yes,
Azuli.
but did you at least agree with my summary of both positions?
Oh, your company is trash. You just said two things. What did you say that men complain about women? Say that again. What you said?
I said men's main complaint about women is the attitude.
So out of the whole thing, just their attitude.
No, I didn't say just. I said the main. I'm
What do you
sure.
mean by attitude? What do you mean by attitude?
You
Um,
know that thing that we as black women get categorized for, like, oh, the black women always have an attitude, snapping the neck and you know the fingers and snatching air, with our hands like,
That's
yeah,
that's
I
that's
tell
that's
you.
that's
Yeah.
that's that's not what the attitude is. You talking about that's just sass. Black women have sass. Okay, I think most black men understand that, and most black men don't have an issue with that. The attitude is different from sass. The attitude is when you think you are the greatest thing on earth. You trying to tell a man can't tell you anything because you're the boss. Bitch. Y'all think everything. Y'all don't take no accountability. Y'all want to be extra masculine. And then when you turn around, oh, it's because you guys, I have to be masculine because you guys are not stepping up. What? That
Dang,
doesn't.
shots fired.
That,
Shots
if you
fired
was feminine
already.
from the beginning, you'd be feminine from the beginning. That makes no sense. And all of that script that you regurgitate and throw our black men when they want to hold you accountable, you got that from the state property, from your zaddy. That's you the mouth speak for him. So black men might complain about not even sass. Sass is just to me, what you just mentioned about snapping the lips, whatever, whatever, those are just sass. Like if you black women's been doing that since the inception, since I was zero. I came out, black women were sassy, and I don't think black men complain about that. As a matter of fact, black men love that to an extent. So when we conquer you, we know that what we conquered you. All of that sass you was putting on was just a front. So it's attitude is like is the oh I don't need the black man, I don't need him, or the black man's been mistreating me, which is not even the case. So black men complain about attitude, the negative attitude that you have towards black men. That's the main complaint. And then the other thing is that black men might complain about is I mean we might I don't know if black men complain about the looks, maybe the looks. No, I think the main thing is the no accountability and the fact that you keep saying you don't need the black man. That's all. I think that's one of the main. But for saying sass and attitude, I don't understand how. Well, that's what I'm saying for that for now.
okay, I have had the attitude part. I have had it, but maybe it's all wrapped in around, what you said. But I have had the attitude several times. Like it's the attitude, black women, and I have attitude. They're not sweet. They're not like, oh, happy and all that stuff. It's like they have a constant, be face on and so on. They're angry all the time. Yeah, I've had that. So if it's not that, then it says, the independence. So it's more of the independent attitude of saying, I don't want to be with somebody that I can say, okay, maybe there's something there. But I think that's also related with the attitude because the boss, boss lady attitude, it's also related to the general I don't need. So I just wrapped it up under the whole attitude thing. But in terms of taking accountability, How do you want women to take accountability? Women do. Well, I can't say that they do. I just say that no one is taking accountability right now. Everyone is just lost in their own world, and you
That
know,
is not true. That is not true. All the accountability has been put on black men. The reason why the family's dying is black men. The reason why black women are putting perm in their hair is black men. The reason why black women are single mothers is black men. You blame black men for your decisions, but when a black
So
man trying to hold
so
you accountable for something, oh,
so
don't tell me what to do. You're not my father.
no, it's really, so who is to blame generally for that? If you look at other races and other communities, right?
Why are you bringing? This is you
Hold
always
on.
do this shit. You're bringing other
Hold.
races in there.
Can you let me just finish? Hold on
Because
a
you're about to
second.
cap. That's all. But go ahead, keep
If
capping.
you look if you look at other races and other communities here in America, in the West in general, right? The matriarch is not leading nothing. Is the patriarch, is the fathers, is the men. That's who are leading. And when you come to our subculture, which we now call culture here, as far as in the black community in America, the westernization of it, it's the women who are leading. Like the politicians, they don't go to the men, they go to the women. The entrepreneurs go to the women because 80% or 82% of that are women, single mother household. Now, when you say who's to blame for that, come on, bro. Who is to blame for that? By nature, nature's law, the men lead, the women follow. Okay? So if the men are not leading, then who are leading the women? We're just leading ourselves. So I say,
You're not leading yourself. The white man is leading you.
okay, whoever's leading us.
No, 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 no,
But
no, no, no,
the
no, no, no.
point
Don't say
is,
whoever. We all know who's leading you.
okay, but the point is because the black man unfortunately has dropped the ball in black society, in Western.
Look at the fucking misandry. The black man has dropped the
That's what
ball.
we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. The black
Yo,
man has dropped the ball.
yeah.
So then the black woman is now breastfeeding off of the system, which you call zaddy, or, state property, as you call many of us, or whatever. But that's what I'm saying. The men are supposed to lead. The men are supposed to be the gatekeepers. The men are supposed to be, the leaders for not just their household, their women, their children, but for the community. And we don't have that. Yeah, you can say it's because a lot of the men are locked up. Yeah, you could say a lot of the men, with the crack era or whatever have you. But I'm not just blaming it just on the men. I'm saying it's the women too. I'm gonna get to the women also. But for the most part, you guys are supposed to be leading us. That's what we do. You lead and we follow. That's by nature.
yeah,
It's
as really,
ordained.
if you want us to take accountability, you have to lead us in accountability. So the men have to take accountability first. So Yona B talked about the crack epidemic, and I know there the different points. I know welfare is against the women, but the crack is against the men. Rap is against the men. Crime is against the men. Abortions is against the women. Single mothers, that's a tie. I still think. And yeah, what else is there?
No, abortion is against the men too, Tan. Because who is pregnating the women? They're not impregnating themselves.
Yeah, but who's killing the babies?
Yes, very true. But you have to. That's a double-edged sword right there with both of them. The men and the women are to blame for that. And it's very sad with what's going on with that. It just disgusts me. But it's always not like we're trying to attack our men. We love our black men,
No,
okay?
I'm
But
what
Stop
I was
there's
saying that.
going to
You
do
don't love the
today.
black man. You do not love the black man. Stop saying
Wow,
that.
Zuli.
Zuli. Oh
No,
my
you don't.
God.
No, you don't.
Zuli, we do love black men. We do. But there needs to be not only accountability but responsibility too. You look in the black communities in the western society, excuse me, and majority of the fathers are not there. So then that begs the question, why? And I've said it before. Black men excuse me, are not marrying black women. They're passing them around. Look at somebody like the girl from Stranger Things. She's 19 years old. She just got married, the white girl, to her 20-year-old boyfriend. You look at someone like Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber got married when he was 22 to Haley Bieber. Okay? They're marrying their women. You would ask a young black man right now, "Oh, you're gonna marry your high school sweetheart?" What? Oh, hell no, no. The same thing with the women. Oh no, I want to find myself. Find what? You 19,
Yo,
20
yo,
years
yo,
old.
yo, yo, yo. This is the reason. This is why I know that this conversation we are having right now, is a waste of time. It's a
How
waste
is
of
it a
time
waste of
because
time,
it's a
Missouri?
waste of time because you already coming. You're not coming here in good faith. All the stuff you're talking about, you're coming here to blame
Nah,
black
nah.
men. You hold
I'm
up. Let
not
me
gonna
finish
come in
this
good
quote. Let
faith.
me
You know
finish.
why?
You,
Because
oh
faith is
my God.
dead
Okay.
right now in the black community. It's been dead. We got to come to realization, not faith. We got to move off of reality, not faith, not wishing, hoping, keep hope alive. And no, we got to look at reality. We down bad here. Okay. And like what I said, if we're going to start to build, building starts with family. Got to start wifing up your woman and not sitting there for 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 years with her and not marrying her and trying to build something with her. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Azuli, did she make a great point and made you speechless, rendered you speechless?
Like I was saying, the the conversation is not in good faith because the underlying statement of what you're saying is to blame the black man. I've seen you talking about Justin Bieber. I've seen you numerous people keep saying that black men don't marry black women. That's a lie. That is an outward lie. Black men might not. A lot of black men may not go to a court to let the government in their business, but black men are with black women. For you to come here and say, "Oh, black men are not," so
Oh, no, no, no,
so
no, no,
what?
no,
So
Azuli.
what?
But
Let me
being
finish.
with
Oh
black
my God!
women, oh, sorry, but being with black women is still making them single women. But yes, continue. Without marrying them.
So keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, Ten, because you want to talk. Yeah, I just want to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, okay, sorry, sorry. You say that
Now
a
go
lot.
ahead, Zuli. Go ahead.
When you was back home in your country, how did men marry women 50 years
They,
ago?
they,
Wait, what did you
they.
say? What did you
Mhm.
say?
He asked me, in my country, how did men marry women? Well, there's different ways. Some people had, formal ceremony, but the common one was just they come, we stay kind of thing. But
The what
it was still
the reason why I ask you this is that because you seem to be talking about getting married, you seem to get the predominant culture's approval to what marriage is. I don't need to go to city hall to get married to you.
but we're living in
But watch out. But what y'all want to
system.
do? Y'all want to go tie the man to city hall to tie him down to the same man that's been destroying the community, your community. That's what y'all want. You want the black man to go bring his behind and go get married in front of the so-called white man you claim that's destroying y'all. I don't
Azuli,
need to do that.
Azuli, this is the other thing that I don't. I, for the life of me, I'm trying to understand it, but I really don't. Why do black men say stuff like that? Why are you trying to look at another man? Oh, you trying to get what the white man is doing? No. What are you doing?
You
What are
just do
you
that all the
doing, black man?
yo, see, that's the problem. You see, that's why you coming in bad faith. Every time you always want to compare the black man to other men in the race. Now you're saying, oh, why do black men do that?
No, because what I'm trying to understand is you're saying, oh, if I marry my woman, I don't marry my woman, is not the system's business. But we're
That's not
living
what I
in
said.
this.
I don't need to marry the woman and have to go down to court to have the system in my business.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
but that's what I'm trying to explain to
No,
you.
what you're trying to explain is that in order for you to recognize the marriage, I have to include city hall in there. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so you don't include city hall, then let's say you don't officially get married. What's the other choice?
What do you mean? What's the other choice?
You said you
I
don't want to include city hall, so what's the
Yeah.
other choice?
What's the other choice? I get married traditionally, or I get, or me and you make write our own agreement. We're here for each other. What do you mean?
Okay,
I don't know. I don't,
and how is that going to benefit your woman, your wife, and your children? How is that?
what do you mean?
When the
How's that going to
law
benefit it?
when the law
How?
itself when hold on, when the law itself does not recognize your marriage to your woman, because it's just like what you're saying with certain religious people, they do that too, like with the Muslims, they go to the mosque and say that they're
The
married
Jews
or
and the
whatever.
Muslim, they don't get married in court.
But that's what, let me finish. Let me finish. Right. Which means that their marriage is not recognized, right? By the state, the county, the nation, whatever. So then what does happen? The man has to have certain things in place, right? To take care of his wife. Are you going to be willing to do that? Because
What,
that still means
what
that
does
you
that
have
even?
to
What
have
does what
papers.
does that mean?
That
I have
means
to have
that you're
certain shit
still
in place.
that means you're still going to have papers. You
Pa-
have to.
Papers on what are papers on what?
Okay, by you going down to City Hall, right? They give you
Mm-hmm.
a paper, a license or a certificate or whatever. So you're saying you dubbing that. You're not going to do any of that, right? So you just say, for argument's sake, you go to a mosque and you get married to your wife or whatever, and you guys are married. You still need paperwork outside of that mosque because your marriage is not recognized. So
Paperwork for
what?
what? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Just like what I said, you need a license, certificate, paper, or
I,
certificate.
for what?
Right,
I don't need no certificate from the state.
right. So you're not gonna get that. You rather go to a mosque. Let's just say, for example, argument's sake, you rather go to a mosque and just get married, but that marriage is not recognized only in the mosque. So where does that leave you and your wife now, and your children, if it's
What do you
not
mean?
being recognized besides the mosque? Can you hear me?
Ezuli, yes, what she's trying to say is this. Yes, we know that in the traditional arrangement, people did not have to sign papers and all that, but there's also the social agreement that you came before the family and the community and all your families and so on. But in this system that we live in, that's why I said it's for the system that we're going towards, the morality of the modernity that we're in right now. And if you want to be with a woman, she's either a married woman or she's a single woman. And you can say, okay, we are, married in our own way, but to the world, she is still a single woman cohabitating, with a man. So if we're talking about just, living together with a man, a lot of these single women are living with men. Some of them the fathers of the children, some of them not the fathers of the children. So technically, they wouldn't be single mothers, because they have a man in the house, you know. So the only way to make something, official and formal, and also that you protect not just yourself but your children, and your property that comes from that union, is to have a proper formal marriage. It's not that she's taking you down to the city hall to, get you in a way. It's just to safeguard the union that you two have together. What is wrong with that, Ezuli?
I think he fell off. Or
We lost
Zuli,
him.
unmute your mic if you're there.
Yeah, if you're there, unmute. Yeah, that's all. So it's not to say that the traditional way was not right, but it had a social, sanction to it. Nowadays, the only way to have a socially sanctioned relationship is to have one that is on the papers. So if something happens to you, if you say next of kin, if something happens to you in the hospital and they need to call someone, they're not going to call, the person that you live with. They're going to call someone that has, legal and how is it, legitimate interest in your affairs. So it's not just about greedy gold diggers and then women getting half of your money when you divorce. It's during that marriage that that contract is, in force. So yeah, I don't see the resistance to marriage, to formal marriage in a way.
I think that, men who talk like that, they just don't want to do it. That's all it is. They don't want to marry you. They don't want to marry anybody. Tan, Bawana said to drop the link. He wants
Okay.
to come up. Lord, he wants. But for real, men who talk like that, no, that they don't want that. So, if a woman wants to align herself with a man like that, Godspeed. That's on you, girl. The best of luck to you. But you gotta start somewhere for sure. You have to.
Okay, Bona, I'm going to drop the link for anyone who wants to come on today. Today was an open format, so we started with Azuli, but we seem to have lost him. Azuli, if you're out there, we still.
He got that Obama phone, like he gotta charge it.
Wow, wow.
He got it from his, his white queen. She gotta use the phone
No,
for a second, charge it, and then give it
well,
back to him.
we've been, outnumbering Azuli, but Bona Haguzik is about to come up here and let's see. Whew. Okay, go ahead, Bona.
Yes.
Namani.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Amani sisters, Amani Arzuli. Let me first say that I think that marriage is a good thing. I think that the way we understand marriage, from our fathers and mothers' time, a marriage, I think that it was a good thing. I think it was a good arrangement in terms of building family and building institutions. However, I kind of tend to understand Erzuli's hesitation because if the sisters, them being honest, we live in a different crop of kind of women these days. We living with a different breed of sisters. It's not like how it was before. And I think that the hesitation comes in when you see that the court system is completely biased against men. Completely biased. They have more rights, even in regards to having children. You almost have no say so if you try to divorce your spouse. If the relationship breaks down, let me say that because you want to get into a relationship believing that it'll be forever. But in considering how relationships run in these days, I think it's what 50-50, 50-50. You have chances where you have a relationship where it lasts past maybe 10 years, and all the assets that you may have accrued or acquired together, these things, really, the court system really sides with the female, if we being honest, and in children's rights. So I feel like some brothers look at the scenario and say, man, listen, man, they look at the worst possible outcome. We don't tend to look at the best possible outcome. We look at the what if scenarios, and they don't want to be left in the lurch. And it seems like there is unsaid things that you agree to when you say I do these days, which is debts, which is liabilities, and assets that you acquire inside a relationship. And also the unsaid thing is if a woman has a child within a marriage, there is there people imply almost like, well, automatically that the husband is the father of that child, when we all know these days that might not necessarily be the case. And if you was to get a DNA test and it's found like that child is not necessarily yours, I'm sure that the laws would still be in favor, since the child is in the marriage itself. The father would still have to take on those responsibilities. See, there's unsaid and unspoken things within the confine of marriage in today's society, and the women, and we dealing with a different breed and crop of women. Not all, but a different crop of women. And I wouldn't be against making contractual arrangements. So people say, well, if you get married, why not have a prenuptial agreement? Brothers don't really get prenuptial agreements. I don't know if they're doing that nowadays, but nowadays where and some women have assets, so I think that prenuptial agreements should be considered. But what if you still have children? The courts can still heavily side in the women's favor. So it's like a no-win kind of situation. So I guess some brothers, in trying to get around that, I see, you know, I would suggest getting into contractual arrangements. Contractual arrangements. I take on the responsibilities of the
Wait. Bwana
right?
Haguziki for a second, and sorry, we lost Rizuli. But when you say contractual agreement, do you mean, because marriage is contractual, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is a business, but I consider it to be a business contractual arrangement. Uh,
Yes,
con-
Toku, prenups are seen as insulting. And let me tell you why from a woman's standpoint. Like, it's basically telling a woman that you don't trust her and that she's a greedy gold digger. Like, even if she's a good woman, even if she wasn't, intending to dig your gold, like, wow, is this really what you think of me?
no, 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 no. That is a legitimate concern, because if I have accrued $10 million going to whatever I had to go through, my woman wasn't around at the time be accruing this kind of money, and now I'm married now, and I have to split that half down the middle for a woman who I've just been married to for a year. That is a legitimate concern. Now, I mean, you could say, well, you don't trust me. The courts don't work out that way.
Yeah, but
So I have
if
to eat mud pie.
you're concerned about her, why would you marry her? Like, if you don't trust somebody, why would you marry them?
Well, you living in the real world, and you want to expect the best. You know what I mean? But you also have to
Yeah,
consider
but your
plenty.
love is one of a kind. It's special.
Ah, that's it right there, ain't it? You all want men to embrace the irrational. You know what I mean? And men are not irrational. Some men think they use their brains. We ain't so in love where we gonna it don't work that way, sister. Y'all want us to
You're
put
right.
blindness on. Y'all want us to put
You're
blindness on.
right.
Nah, it's not gonna work. It's
I
not gonna
I've
work.
never I've never
Crazy
met
in
one who
love.
I've never met one who told me no, so I don't know about that, but okay.
Wait, not to what? Not to what, Yona?
No to anything. Period.
Whoa!
Okay.
That is a big, big.
They jerks. They jerks. They
Your
jerks.
self-esteem is through the roof. Yup.
No to anything.
Yo, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't want to. Y'all talking about that all the black women out there to get married, right? Black men are not marrying black women. So y'all trying to tell me that the statistic proves that most black men in America are not married and don't have kids. So these women that are single mothers that y'all talked about have um who are they getting impregnated by? Number one. Number two, are y'all trying to say that all the black women in America are just wifey material?
No, we're
That's a
not
good
saying
statement too.
So
That's a good
I'm
statement.
not. So you're just saying all black men are not marrying black women. Da, 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 da. So all the black women in this society are wifey material. Is that what you're saying?
no, we're not saying that, Azuli. What
That's what
we're
you're
saying
saying.
No, what we're saying is what I'm personally saying is, of course I know and I see, because I live in a place called New York City. I see the foolishness all the time, especially with women, especially with men. Overall, we're not saying that. If you're gonna choose a wife, or the wife chooses you, because you both have to choose each other to get married, okay? We know that there's probably 10% right now, probably less, of decent women that's out there that's marriageable in their
So
femininity.
you think 10%, but you attacking black men for not marrying black women.
Hold on, let me finish. Probably around 10% or less, okay? But that's just in America. There's the Caribbean, there's Africa, there's other Western places. If you truly
We're talking
desire,
about America. Do not go in the
okay,
other Caribbean and other countries. Stay in America.
okay, we're going to stay in America. So just about 10% for right now of this generation, I feel, or probably a little bit less that's marriageable. Okay? So you find a woman or you find a man and you get it together and then you stay together and build. You don't just get married, you got to stay together also. And that's another topic all in itself. But I don't like it when men come with those bull crap ass statistics that 50 whatever percent of men in America or childless or blah blah blah. I already told you that 50 something percent, y'all bunch of just weirdos for real. Because
Oh,
these
we
women are
weirdos.
not
Well,
impregnated.
we look at you.
Hold
Not
on.
talking about yo.
Hold on. These women are not impregnating themselves. And if you do come with statistics, you have to come with a full round statistics of everything, not just that one thing that you're saying. Number one, yes, there is 53% of men, black men in America that are childless and that are not married. Okay? But 82% of black women do have children and are not married. Okay? Now, there's the other thing going around saying that, oh, it's only like 20% of those men that's Pookie and Ray Ray that's impregnating these women. Not true, because if you look at the statistics, that says about 33% of the black community in America has paternity fraud. So a lot of these men that's claiming, oh, I don't have no kids and I'm not married, they do have children. Okay? These women are not getting impregnated by themselves.
Yo, y'all know
Men
what?
are out there,
Yo,
hold on.
bro, no, 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 no. You cannot.
Men are
I'm
out
not gonna
there
let you go with this.
impregnating
You,
these women. These
yo, this
women
is
are not
ridiculous,
getting
man.
pregnant by
Yo,
themselves.
yeah,
So
you
if you're
damn right.
gonna
We're not marrying you. That's it.
I'm
if
curious.
you're gonna come with statistics, you have to come with the full, well-rounded statistics. It's
What's your
You
not
just you just said that black men are committing paternity fraud. How?
no. I didn't say black men.
You
I said
did.
in the no. Well, I stand corrected. I said in the black community, there's a 33% paternity fraud.
By
Okay,
who? By who?
right, by black women saying that that's their children. But what I'm trying to say to you is that 53% that's claiming they don't have children and are not married, they do have children out there, and some
Oh,
of
cause
them
you
do
know,
know it too. They just
hey, you know,
not
cause you
saying
did,
it.
cause you did.
if
Yes.
I follow your line of thinking, right? If you say that
No,
82%,
it's not my line of thinking. These are actual percentage. You can,
okay, no
yeah,
problem. Just hear me out though. Hear me out.
sure.
If 82% of women are run by single mother households, right?
Mm.
And 10%, your words, 10% of the women out there are marriable, right? That would leave so 72% of women wasn't marriable anyways. So obviously marriage don't cure the problem of a relationship issue we have between one another. You don't think? You don't think?
Well, no, I understand what you're saying, but I think we got to start somewhere, okay? Because that 70% that you're talking about, they're gonna die out. So you got to start fresh and have the new generation coming in to say, okay, building together, mother, father, mother, child in the same house, building together, staying together, and just building on top of that. You understand? Because it's like those are dying breeds. That's gonna die out. But you don't want them to keep procreating and having the same situation over and over again. It doesn't make any sense.
But
You,
that's the thing right there, okay? Because if the 70%, right, if they do have children, and some of them have female children, how are they gonna produce the mindset where well, we should get married even though our
get
mother.
back together with their baby father. They have five. They got three. Boo up with one. You got three baby daddies or four. Boo up with one. Pick one. You get
Pick
me?
one.
Pick one. Boo up with one of them. But earlier, what you were saying too, Bawana, about men holding on to their assets or whatever. I completely agree with that. I 100% agree. But you have to understand how the West was won and how America was created also. America is a Christian country. So, of course, they're going to more cater to the females, agenda, because when you marry, you get divorced, you go into court, you have to think how the judge is thinking also. Number one, this is a capitalist country. So, of course, they're going to have the man who is 100% more likely working and working more money than the woman. Because sometimes the woman stay at home, or if she is working, she's not working as much money as the man. Number two, the judges are more likely going to give that woman custody of the child because 9 times out of 10, the men are like, most men, they don't want to be bothered. Okay. They're like, listen, I got to work. I got things to do. So they're going to give it to the mother. Then the next thing will be the mother needs
You
somewhere to
lying
stay.
right now. You capping. You capping. Stop saying. Are you a man? Stop saying men say they don't want to have their kids.
I didn't say that. I
You
said
just did. You said that
majority
most
of the
men. You
times
just said,
men
yo,
are
you,
going to be
yo.
like, I don't want the
Oh.
child full time, give it to the mother. Or nowadays, who knows? Maybe men do want the child full time. I don't see that, but majority of the time, statistically proven, men has said give the child to their mother because I have to work, I'm busy, I have to provide, blah blah blah, I don't have time. So they give it to the child. So that's normally why the judges give the mothers the house to move in the kid, and then she gets child support or alimony or whatever have you. But I completely agree with that prenup stuff. You have to cover yourself because people are people regardless to what, where, who, and why. So I completely agree with that. Have your prenup ready, have her sign it, you sign it, and you guys
Don't.
just work through it.
Yeah, okay. You trying to tell men don't do none of that. None of that.
Don't do
Don't
none of
marry
what.
them because women are unstable creatures.
Oh my God.
Don't marry them with the law. You create your own marriage. You create your own business contract. You don't go to court for that. They are unstable
But
because
Azuli,
everything could be sweet. Everything could be sweet and nice. If the man cheat, let's say the man cheat, and the woman is mad. I can't believe you did this. That same woman who said they love you or you're their soulmate will take you down to the court system and destroy you. Even if you're not rich, even if you're not anything. That's what I'm saying. Why would a man, a logical man, will give you the power over him while you could go to court and finish him off? Prenup. Don't even marry them. Most
I,
most of these black women they're talking about, you are not marriage material anyway.
I think that I think that in reference to what Yona said just now, I think that the court is looked in a particular scenario like, oh, the women gonna want to keep the children anyways, or they gonna be their primary care provider. And I think that a misnomer is out there what where people believe that black men don't really love and want to keep their children with them. I think that's a big misnomer. Even only as a single dad, I've been a single dad, but I think the black men love their children just as much as any other man. And my dad used to take me to school with him. When he used to teach, he used to have me sitting in the front of the class and shit like that. Because he used to, my dad loved his children. It's just I think that there's a big misnomer out there where, you know, that the women gonna always want to be the caregiver or the primary provider for their kids. And yes, the men do go out there, and the men are the 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 majority of the time they the biggest financiers for their kids. But if they had that option, if they had, I don't think that we have that option sometimes, and that's not on the table unless the mother is so belligerent. The courts can't see fit to leave that child with the female. But I think that should be looked at across the board. Give the man an option to take care and provide for his child. Let him sort it out for a daycare provider or a daycare sitter while he's at work. Let him solve the issue of, well, what am I gonna do with the child if the mother ain't around? Well, I can leave her with my mom. I can leave her with my sisters. Let him solve that issue. I feel like sometimes the court just automatically feel like, well, we gonna pawn off the kids off onto the woman because we believe that that's gonna be in the best interest of the child. When that's not always necessarily in the case, I don't think. But I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
The reason why the court gives the kids to the woman is that nowadays that doesn't make sense anymore because women are working as much as men are working. So why Yana B says go on, men don't want the kids because they want to go out to work. How come women go out to work now? So who's watching the kids? So that excuse don't even that thing is, oh, that's why the court give the kids to the. That's not true. When you become a single mother, you have to go, not when, but when you are a single mother, single parent, most single mothers work. So what is, oh, men don't want to have it because they don't
No,
want to have the kids.
what I'm
You just,
saying, Azuli, is in general, with past years over the decades or whatever, you gotta remember women just started going back to work like what, in the
that's not true.
60s,
Women's
70s.
been working since,
Hold
don't say
on.
just. Women's
Hold
been working since
on.
the 1970s now.
I just said that. You didn't let me finish. Women just started really full-time work since the 19 late 60s and 1970s. Okay? So generally speaking, these United States judges, these American judges were making their orders pertaining to that example, that the women were in the house and the men were the primary financial, you know,
That is
resource.
not true. The okay. All right, if that's what you want to say, I can't even. Yes, that's
What
what you
I'm
say. My
telling you is from the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, they were divorcing their husbands now, especially the women's liberation and blah, 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 all that bullcrap. Yes, I do understand, and that is true. Women are working now, okay? Sometimes more hours and sometimes outworking men to where they're getting a little bit more pay, depending on the type of field that the women are going in. But generally speaking, that was the case. Nowadays it's different. You see people like Wendy Williams. She had to pay spousal support. Mary J. Blige, Kelly Clarkson, all these celebrities with money. They're paying their husbands this money now, and it's shifted. The men are not now in the house taking care of the kids. Britney Spears and her ex, and the women are giving the men the money. So primarily before, back in the days, it was the other way around. The men were giving the women the money because the women were at home generally taking care of the kids. But I do understand what you're saying, Uzuli. But no, listen, a lot of black people out there, like myself, like you, like Tan, others who are probably listening to us, we have to start building, rebuilding our community. And that starts with you. Okay, that starts with us having a stable home, a nuclear family. You find a woman, if you have to, or a man, if you have to go out of the states to do that, do that. Because I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these women are not marriage material. They're not. But guess what? A lot of these men are not marriage material either. It's a tool. Listen, yeah, you already know what it is. A
I
lot of.
mean, y-
Go ahead.
go
Oh,
ahead, go
oh,
ahead. But
let's welcome American Fast Rifleman. That's a long AFR. Okay, okay, no, 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 to this whole, unfortunately we live in a mimified culture where everything just gets down to one thing. But you know what, if you guys have the solution, this is why I say that this is not a new thing. How, why all the problems? Because have we not been living it with each other? We're acting as if this is the first time that men have encountered women and women have seen, men for the first time. Like, it's like we're regressing as humanity. We solved all these things. I don't want to go back to the,
Facts.
yeah, we solved all these things about what everyone is supposed to do. I mean, responsibility is just about being able to do your role. If you look at a company, who's responsible for what? You put, okay, you are the your assistant, you are the CEO, you are the this, you are the janitor, and everybody knows their place. So it's like in the family dynamic, everybody just woke up and forgot who they were. That's why we're still having these conversations. It's not just, to regurgitate what has already been said. It's also to ask, why is it all of a sudden at this point in history, when we're so advanced technologically, philosophically, mentally, all this stuff, and yet we're still asking basic questions. It's like we started like, how do we walk, like starting to crawl when we're already running. To me, that's the bigger problem. Like, it's not so much about the gender wars. It's, for me, it's the solutions, and also why the questions at this particular time. Like, did we lose track? Did we miss, some timelines with each other or something, did we actually come from different planets? That's a metaphor, but And it's not that because we've always lived with each other. It's not like we have been separated for years and suddenly, you woke up one morning and there were men and there were women. Suddenly we're just, a mystery to each other. I don't understand it. Anyway, um, yeah, Afar, go ahead.
Thank you, Tanzan. I love coming in and listening to your live streams. Um, Look, just and I'm only going to speak from the Black American perspective. Obviously, I think obviously this is what this is about. Look, there's just several fundamental things that have to change in order for men to quote unquote regain their masculine role or their role in a society. And I'm just talking about black men. And we not only vote against those things with how we vote as a collective or by the numbers. Um, we fundamentally have a different system with our structure with Black Americans. And when I say that, we live under a matriarchy. We live under a kind of a gynocracy. So
No, 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 no. Before you get on that,
it's
gynocracy,
the truth.
manosphere, patriarchy nonsense. Look, yes, admittedly, women, do take advantage, and the courts and all that, look favorably on the mother versus the father. Yes, very true. But that is no gynocracy. Yes, women receive, majority of welfare, but who are they getting it from? It's as if it's saying that the NBA is a blacktocracy. Yeah, because most NBA players are black men, yes, but who's giving them the money? Who's the owners and the players and the deciders and all of that stuff? No, women are taking advantage of the system, but the people who are giving them that power are the men. Men, to my last, knowledge, are still ruling the country. Men are still, the big boys on top. I didn't hear of this female revolution where we got power and the men are sitting under us. Yeah, men are all also oppressed, but women are not, in power either. No, but go ahead.
Um, well, okay. I guess we'll agree to disagree, but one thing I will say is that one of my solution is to black men, younger black men, go to Africa, go to Asia, and find a wife and live your life. Make money in the U.S., extract wealth out of the U.S., get what you need, start businesses, do whatever, but go live over in Africa or, Thailand or something or whatever, and be happy and don't have to worry about all this. I mean, I'm talking about people that consistently talk about how evil America is, or they can't stand America, America sucks, or whatever. People like that, or they're talking about Black Lives Matter. It's just like, well, there's places you can go, especially people that aren't Afrocentric, even though they talk BS like, oh, black people, black power. But I'm like, some of them, they don't want to live in Africa. So it's like, dude, just live in Indonesia or something. You can live there. You don't have to be under the white man, but you don't have to be under the African, the man either. So
But
it's
bro, America
what?
first. I agree with you to a certain extent also, but like for me and my family, I think your culture is also Jamaican also. We do buy
No,
cotton.
no, it's not.
Oh,
Don't. That's misinformation.
oh,
Okay,
okay.
I
I'm
was
sorry, I
in
didn't
a.
know.
I'm just gonna be honest. I like my my Jamaican father was just a sperm donor.
Oh,
Other than
okay,
that, I grew up in a Black American family in New Jersey, just like everybody else. Okay,
understood.
I grew up in Queens, Left Rack City in New York City as well. So I have experience. So that's my experience. I'm not trying to claim any lineage or claim any culture. I'm just trying to tell people like that's I was born and raised in New Jersey and New York City. So people like Knock Measy that love idiots like Mouthy Megan get to just divide us and say, "Oh, he's a tether Jamaican. He's not really one of us. He's trying to claim us." It was like, "Nah, I'm one of y'all, man." Like I grew up, I grew up with a Black American mother and Black American family. That's all I know. So whether people want to uh, deny that about me or not. But anyway, I'll just want to put that out there.
Yeah,
Don't listen to these people. They
that's
lie.
that's a beautiful thing. There's nothing wrong with that. But you don't actually have to leave America, or if you're on the continent coming to America, you don't have to leave the continent. You could be bicontinental. You can live here in America 6 months on the continent 6 months, or in the Caribbean 6 months, or whatever you want to do. You don't have to just be like, oh, I'm done with America, I'm done with American people, I'm done with this and whatever. I, for one, my children were born here, and I, regardless to what, I love this country, good, bad, or ugly. I love America, especially from where I'm coming from. I see the good, I see the bad, I see the ugly, but everybody has to choose their own, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Because just like what you said, you can choose to go to Thailand, you could choose to go to Africa, you could choose to whatever. It's not just, it doesn't have to be a permanent choice. That's what I'm saying. You could do the bicontinental thing and live your life also.
Mhm. I would
So
say earn your money, work, and extract wealth out of the West, and then go. So if you got to work 6 months and then spend 6 months in your paradise, do that. But nah, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. This isn't a place to raise kids like it used to be. Certain parts are still cool in America. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying give up on America.
I
But what
agree.
I'm saying, just the current situations and the politics and everything, it's going downhill, and it's gonna be that for the foreseeable future. So I just don't see myself subjecting my children to this. Maybe I'll let them be in America for a couple years or something in certain places, but it's just not worth it. Like we're killing each other, the the economy is going to be bad for the next couple of years. It's just not looking good, man. People are divided as ever. Like it's just why would you want to subject your
Yes,
kids to,
but it's still
and I
a
love the
better
country.
place to be. So, there's that, and we can't deny it. But before we continue, Jagon Mul is making fun of I love it. Look, as much as we can complain, and today was also about complaints, not just about men and women, but also about the system, the white man, the whatever. Yeah, everybody complains, but they still love it. Everybody complains about the gender wars, but they still
I don't I
going
don't
out there
complain about I
and
don't complain about the white man, and plus like me, I'm just taking my talents elsewhere, so I'm gonna be spending a lot of time outside of America.
okay, you're blessed
So
then. Yes, great for you. But the reason why we focus on the US is because it is the leading it's where, like I said, the morality of modernity goes. People can try to resist it for as long as they can, but eventually it's going to slowly creep in. Even this whole new, lifestyles and all of that stuff. Yeah, there are still some places where it's traditional and so on and so forth, but the whole system, like Ramsey said, we're all living in America. There's no one who can really escape it. So we have to understand where it comes from and how it is. And it's like looking it's this it's like describing for someone who has never left their country, like left Africa, and trying to describe to them how it is in the West. And you can say it's beautiful, it's wonderful, there's all these roads, things work, and it's great, technologically it's a great place to live, but people are not happy. You're just there, you exist, you take care of things, and you go day to day and so on, and it's just different when you go back, but maybe they won't understand it until they come out here. But what they're following is the positive image of America. The American dream is not just for Americans to dream, it's also to sell to the rest of the world to come over here. You can see people who are in, both bad and good situations. You see people from all the way from Canada to Afghanistan trying to come to America. So there is something that they're doing that people want to be a part of. And I will wholly and wholeheartedly acknowledge that. So, but the problems that are coming with them are also problems that people need to prepare for. That if you let this, kind of society or mentality into your part of your life, this is what you're going to get. So that is why we look at America, and that is why the gender wars, even though they've been hashed, rehashed, and over, the reason why we can't get rid of them is because it's not something that is like politics that is you can just leave out there. It affects us all to some extent or another. The levels of interaction between men and women have been affected, not by the internet stuff. That's minute, but the you can see that in real life, where people are actually, people don't know how to relate to each other anymore. People are just, trying, their best and not succeeding very well at it. So yeah, until we solve the societal problems, the wars will continue. All right, let's welcome Oni. All right, Oni, can you just be nice for once?
I got it after that long tirade. I don't know what that was.
Oh, me to the guy
uh,
who just takes over
I'm
and just
I'm
goes on and on and
okay. Sorry, you're not finished. You're not finished. My bad. Sorry.
no, 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 I'm done. Go ahead.
I'm trying to do that constantly. Now I'm just shout out to AFR. You already know AFR is talking about get that passport, bros. Passport bros and passport hoes. You already know. But yeah, no AFR. Wait, AFR. I didn't know if I was trying to go to Africa. All right, yeah. What I'm gonna
I'm
say
going
is,
to Kenya. I'm going to Kenya.
you going to Kenya? Uh-oh.
Now,
Why are you going to Kenya if Tanzania's right here?
don't just Nigeria, West Africa, Ghana, best place in the world.
Why don't you? Why are you going to Kenya if Tanzania's right here? You know what I'm saying? But no. Yeah, I definitely think. Yeah, going outside the country makes a lot more damn sense. One, I'll say it this way. I never listened to this guy Kevin Samuels, but I heard he said something along the lines of high value men or something like that, right? And it got me realizing that as soon as you touch down in another country, right, you a high value man. As soon as you touch down.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Because his criteria was his criteria. People are trying to change it, but you have to meet a certain criteria to be quote unquote his definition of a high value man. So that's not.
And also
Oh, okay. Like I said, I never listened to the guy.
hold on, Odi. I know you've had your
All right, Tan.
yeah,
You want
you've
to go? You
talked
want to go? I got
about
you.
your escapades, at length. But today, like I said, we're just focusing on the main person on stage, which is this country right now. We can have a different one with the passport brewing around, but today is just people right here. And like we said, this is the summary of the complaint. It's one that women here in America, they have attitudes, and that the men are lazy and unproductive and probably criminally minded, and then it results to in single mothers, and that welfare and criminality. Yeah. So
All right. So let me just finish this little point before I
go
go
ahead,
into your
and then
bigger
after you're
point.
done, we'll give Dang Wei. He's been very patient, so
All right, sure. I'll just finish this point. Okay, so yes, I never listened to the guy, so I don't know. I was more so saying subjectively, you are a high value man. You're not necessarily high value in America, but you would be high value elsewhere. And all I would say for Americans, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess the trouble would be that there's a lack of high value quote unquote women and high value quote unquote men in America by American standards. I think that's one of the big troubles there.
oh well, now that I have a chance, I'll ask all of you men, like, what's a high value woman? So
No, you said the next guy was going.
yes, go ahead, Dangwi. You can stay on, what's the topic, or you can also answer what's a high value woman. Go ahead and welcome.
What's a high value woman? Or I
Yes,
can
or just comment on the whole discussion. Go ahead.
um well, I did have a question for something that was mentioned earlier, but I'll get to that I guess a little bit later. At least as far as like a high value woman, I don't uh at least when it comes to that, like I can only just say what I want or whatever. But I'll say at least when it comes to men, there's like a whole lot more variety. At least as far as like what men want compared to women. There are some universalities, and I'm not gonna pretend like that isn't the case. Um, but at least when it comes to men, like I'll say for sure there's definitely a bit more variety in like what men want and desire with regards to women. Um, if we're talking like just like what the average man would say want out of like a woman or whatever, I guess like there's like a meme for it, submissive and breedable,
Wait,
submissive
wait,
and
wait, what
breedable
was the
virgin,
second one? Submissive and what?
What?
breedable
What?
virgin.
Breathable?
What? What? He's what? Say that.
Breeders, they can make babies, fertile.
Breathable. Oh,
You
okay,
guys don't know
okay. I thought
the
like he
meme?
had to be
No,
breathed. Like,
I didn't hear you. You said a man wants a woman that's what? Submissible and breedable?
No,
Submissive and
submissive and
submissive and
breedable.
breedable.
Oh,
I was
okay.
quoting a
Okay.
meme.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys ever heard. I'm big into memes, and that was kind
oh,
of, I
okay,
figured
okay, got
somebody who
you,
would
got
catch
you.
it.
Well, it's the truth. I mean, I
Ain't
wouldn't
nobody
put
heard
it
that.
that way, but it's the truth.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
about that,
Like
but okay.
pretty much just submissive and breedable.
But he's saying
So
Depending.
you want a chick to
yourself.
walk all over you?
Like, are
But
you
I
a
don't know the
breathable?
breedable part. Like, what do you?
What are your breathable qualities?
I mean, like I
What
said,
is
I
it?
would say it a different way, but I mean,
I
it's
said
not.
it. I didn't want to
It
like
was a
go and
meme,
like
yeah.
ramble on the subject, so I figured
No,
it
remember,
would be
no,
best to just summarize it with a meme: submissive and breedable.
okay, but yeah, got it, got it.
Tan, are you breedable? Dang, she didn't answer. That's crazy. I think she a
What?
vampire.
Who? Oh,
Who you talking to, Oni?
No, I just asked Tan if she was breedable, but
She didn't. She's
wow.
not here to divulge like private information like that. Chill
Yeah,
out, bro.
if I
Yeah,
see
Oni is
a
always
gentleman
horny.
and a
He's
man
always
needs
horny.
this.
Oni is always horny for something.
I'm kidding. What the fuck?
Oni,
That's most people now, but hey,
whoa,
I mean,
discipline.
this is the problem with black men. It's just damn, dude.
Exactly.
Like,
Dang, y'all
we came here to talk
telling
about a
me
subject, not flirt. Just like people want to
that's
get
not
pissed
flirting.
about
That was the opposite
arguing.
of flirting. What? Breedable is not a good word.
Whatever. I don't. It was on some weirdo shit, regardless. But whatever.
Bro, stop simping. It's just a question she asked her. He asked her. He's joking around. Like, chill. What's up that simp shit?
It's
I'm not
Captain Slim.
simping at all.
Yes, you
I'm
are
not simping
let's
at
simping.
all. But it's just
let's
like,
calm down.
damn. Can we just talk to our sisters in a professional
Oh
kind of
my
manner?
god, yeah, we talked to our sisters. Shut up, you simping. Yo,
Nah,
Tim
that's
could
not
defend herself.
simping. Nah, but
Tim
that's
could
like
defend
some.
herself.
Can we
You
calm
really
down
is
and
sipping.
return to
Yo,
subject?
stop simping,
Okay.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
let's
simping, but
return
go
to
ahead.
the
Yeah, go
subject.
ahead.
Let's return to the subject for sure. Tan,
Actually,
go.
Tanzan, is that simping?
Now let's just drop it. Best to
yeah,
just
yeah. I'm
and
not.
get right back to it. At least when it comes to like the question I had earlier, I was gonna ask like and because he had I can't remember his name. It's not like posted. I would prefer to just like read it, but hey, okay, there we go, there we go. Thank you. Um, but I was gonna say like as that was mentioned earlier, like you don't believe that like the black community in the West is like effectively a matriarchy.
No.
Yo, can I back to what?
So I would
Hold on.
have like one question, like, and I feel like this is provable with like a bit of a, I'll say something of a thought experiment, right? So let's say you have like kids, right? I'm not gonna ask whether you do or you don't. It's not my business, and I'll try to like put this as like as clean as I can. And you're trying to do effectively the duty of a parent and raise your child right. Pretty much equip them with everything that they need to basically like become an adult, instill discipline and good values as best as you can into them. But let's say children are given the right to vote, right? Hypothetically speaking, and children vote for congressmen and senators that basically kind of essentially want to like pass laws preventing you from being a parent, right? So let's say like they have effectively made through voting, they've effectively made themselves your equals in your own household. And let's say you want to say go tell them to go to bed, eat their food, brush their teeth, and they say, well, no, because I want to, I don't know, eat candy, not brush my teeth, and stay up all night. Right. Now, let's say you want to, I don't know, do what the average parent would do and discipline them and then, lead them off to bed. But they've basically turned every tool that you have in, like, a parent's handbook to discipline and, lead their children in the right direction, into what is now considered abuse. What do you do then if you know that, like, attempting to be a parent will effectively result in, like, legal action being taken against you? What's the smart move then? Just hypothetically, anybody want to answer?
I would if I really understood the question. So you're saying
Let's
what?
say we gave children the right to vote,
Mhm.
and they basically voted all the tools that you can use as a parent to pretty much discipline and raise your children properly as abuse.
Well, you shouldn't have children voting for anything. That's the first thing. And if you've
Right,
got.
right, right. That would
Mhm.
be smart, but let's say hypothetically speaking, we're already there, because once you've opened that floodgate, you can't fix it.
Are you saying that women are children? Are you going to tie this down to women?
I'm going to draw a parallel that, like, I'm
What is
trying
this
to
where you're
illustrate the
going?
problem. I'm
Wait,
trying to
wait, wait.
illustrate, hold up. I'm trying to illustrate the problem here,
If
because it's
what, what,
effectively the
what I'm
same.
trying to what I'm trying to understand is that that hypothetical question is never going to happen. But if you comparing
Right.
this
It's
up
a
to
thought
women,
experiment. It's a
if
thought experiment to illustrate a point that I'm trying to communicate with you. Because I could just go into, like, everything that's happened, cause and effect, long and forward, like, this law was passed here in this year, this resulted in that. Or I could just give you a simple thought experiment to, like, I don't know, reason out the root of the problem. It's simple.
as if I'm the father of a child and the child, that would never happen to me. I don't know. I would go
It
if the
doesn't matter. The point
I'm
is, you're
I'm letting you
supposed to.
know. You said what would we do, right? I'm telling you, my kids could never mobilize against me because if they do, I will leave them where they at. I will just leave them. I will not put up with a child that's going to use the system to destroy me. I'm gonna just leave you where you at, standing. I don't care the age. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. Most people would either not have children, abandon their children. They basically pick one of those two. Uh, Maybe you could, just sit there and, maybe some people would just love their children so much that they would, I don't know, sit there and kind of just like let them be a tyrant in their own house. Um, but most sensible people would either, pretty much either abandon their children or not have them.
Not white people.
Now, right. I was gonna say, like, does this, just to kind of like, because you already kind of like put two and two together. Does
So
this
is that the
situation
answer
sound?
that you're saying? Is that the answer, to abandon them or just not have them?
No, I'm illustrating the problem. The
He's he.
answer, the answer was to not give them the right to vote.
Right.
So the
That
answer,
was
what
like
he's
step
what
one.
the brother's saying, the answer of this solution is not to give the women the power to hang the man.
It's like, the thing is, it's like, it's like if you gave a child a 44 Magnum loaded and just told him, don't shoot him, don't shoot me, would you really trust, like, I don't know, say like a 3-year old, or
I'm
really
highly
anyone?
offended
What
that
is
you're
with this
using
guy?
these metaphors. I'm highly offended that you're using these
Well,
children metaphors to hold on.
I can't I
Hold
can't
hold
help it.
on.
Hold on, let him cook. Let him cook.
Hold on. I'm gonna stir the pot first, then you could start cooking. I'm highly offended that you're using these metaphors in regards to I, a woman who's on this panel right now, and trying to say that women are children, comparing us to children.
I agree with him 100%.
So
Hold on, let
I
him
know
cook.
you would.
the thing is like,
Go ahead.
I'll kind of,
Finish.
I'm not saying you're exactly a quote unquote child. You're obviously above a child, and I would never put a woman on the same, like, say, hold up, level as, like,
You
say,
sound like
exactly.
Mr. Let
I
Go.
would hold up. I would basically expect more from, like, a woman out of a household than I would a child. But I would never expect the same from, like, a woman as, like, I would expect out of a man, is what I'm saying. There's like a
Pause.
hierarchy. Now, if you're like, when I see what you did there, but no, you get what I'm saying. Um, there's essentially a hierarchy in a household, and there were natural mechanisms to maintain that hierarchy in that household. Now, The reality of it is like men would naturally kind of be over women because they're technically bigger and stronger, and the world kind of expects them to, like, take a bullet for someone, in the same way that, like, the same thing applies to, like, say a woman and her own children. Now, that doesn't mean the relationship is like the same or whatever, but I'm establishing that there's a hierarchy and there's mechanisms to, like, maintain that hierarchy, at least in a household. And when you disrupt that, you kind of make it impossible to, like, maintain what we understand as a standard family, at least a standard Western family, I'll say, so to speak. Now, if you get offended, I can't help you with that. I don't know what to tell you, but the reality of it is like you should be able to, like, handle a simple thought experiment and derive the point I'm getting, or the point I'm trying to, like, communicate with you.
I can
It's not
handle
I'm
it,
not calling
but
you a
I'm
quote
still
unquote
offended.
child.
I can
Okay,
handle it,
well,
but I'm
I
still
can't help that.
offended because you could have used another metaphor, but you chose to use that.
Nah, he used
Go
a
ahead.
perfect metaphor, because
Go ahead.
what
Continue.
he's talking about is what he's talking about is just like, why would men give you the handcuff to put on me and get mad and go to the court system? What this person is saying is that there's a lot of women who are unstable regardless, and society nowadays are giving a lot of unstable women the power over the family.
They
So once
voted
that
themselves
happens,
that power.
hold on, what the brother just said is what this is what men are gonna do. Either he just said, either they're not gonna have kids, or they're gonna walk away. That's what men are gonna do, and that's by nature. That's what and that's what's been happening. Men are either not getting married anymore, or are not having as much kids as they used to. That's
So
what he's
now I
trying to
have the
say.
question to ask you. Men are in charge, men who are the ones who are building. Who's giving the women the power? Is it not men?
Uh, you do realize you have the right to vote, and you've had it since like 1920, right? Like
No,
you
with
kind
your
of voted
metaphor
yourselves
that
that
what
power.
you're saying, I understand. And listen, okay? I understand what you're saying, but I'm talking to Azuli on this part also. What you're saying is the men are either going to walk away or they're just not going to have the kids. Because who then, Azuli, who gave the women these powers to do that? Because the men are in charge. The men are the leaders, right? So who are giving the women the power? Is it
So,
not men?
can I ask you a question?
Is it not? Hold on. I was asking Hazuli. I'm sorry. I was talking.
Yeah, it
So
is.
who? Okay.
I'm
So
about to
who's to
enter the court.
blame? So who's to blame? Is it the
So
women
are
then
we
to
talk?
blame, or
Oh
is
my.
it not
Oh,
the
so you,
men?
so you're just gonna answer your own question? Go ahead, answer your own question.
No, I'm just saying.
No, no,
Is
no.
it
Go ahead. You already
who?
have the answer. Go ahead, answer your own question.
I like
Who's to
Azuli,
blame?
man.
Who's to blame, Razuli? The men are in charge. You guys are the one that's building. You guys are the one who's creating. You guys are the one that's giving the power, and you then give it to the woman.
So you're not gonna answer?
No, sure,
So
sure. The answer is we're talking about the family structure within the black community. Most of the black men didn't create those laws.
none of them did. Like when
So
you look at like how that actually happened, it was basically a bunch of progressives trying to get their agenda passed, and they knew that women would be like the perfect constituents to make it happen.
so at the end of the day, we didn't create those laws. When you go to African countries, Caribbean countries, or whatever, there's a more fair balance between the men and the women and the courts. If you go to court, we didn't create these laws here. We're talking about in the United States. You saying we gave them, we did not. And the perfect way to control, again, you guys are state property. Black men are
And
side
again, who
black men
gave
are
the
side husband.
power to the women? It's
Oh my
still
god. Okay,
the
okay, you don't
men
want to
who
see it
gave the
because you
power
want
to
to.
the women.
Who gave you the
You
power then?
you could
Who
try
gave
to
you the power?
spin it
Is it black
all.
man?
Listen,
Did
it
black man give
doesn't
you the
matter.
power?
It's still a man,
It
whether
was
it's a white
progressive
man
white
or a
men.
black. Hold on. See, you guys are not. You're not listening to what I'm saying, and you're not listening to what you're saying. Who gave the power? Whether it's a white man, an Indian man, a
See,
policeman, or
see, that's
whatever,
how
it's
I
still a
know.
man that
That's
gave
how
the
I
women.
know, Yona, you don't come in good faith. Because you see what you did right now? You lumping all of us in the same category. So you could you see this is what I'm talking about. You know what?
So aren't
You
aren't
know what?
aren't
We're not
aren't
marrying
Black
y'all.
Americans
We're not
being
giving y'all
lumped
kids.
in
That's
to
how
the
we're gonna
same
keep it.
category? It aren't black because from what I stand, not all Black Americans are the same, right? There's Caribbean Black American, there's African Black American, there's what do you call it? Like the Dominican Hispanic Black Americans or whatever they call themselves. We all get lumped up in the same thing. So what are you saying? You can't pick and choose. You really can't, and you shouldn't do that.
So I would say at the very least, when it comes to that, like you have to understand that we are kind of like we're simple. Humans are simple creatures, and when you
No, we're
change
not.
hold up,
Humans are very
we are.
complex creatures.
We're
No,
pretty
we're
simple.
very complex. I disagree. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're not gonna go into that. We're gonna finish
Women are
what
the
I'm saying.
complex creatures. Because
So,
y'all retarded.
so what I'm saying
Damn.
is like when you change the environment,
Damn.
that the creature is in, it will adjust to the environment within, if not one, about 2 generations. Like you can come from somewhere anywhere, but if they're like pretty much in the same circumstance, you're gonna get the same results, or like the same environment, you're gonna get largely the same results.
I agree. Humans are
Okay,
very complex creatures, though.
No, no,
but
Very.
no,
that
no,
makes
no, no,
them
no, no,
simple.
no, no, no. Women are not complex creatures. Y'all let the state made y'all complex. Men are not complex. Men are not complex like y'all think. I,
Whatever you say, Zuli, but back to what this gentleman was saying.
oh
See what
my,
you said, it takes a generation or two. So you think that being that it's gonna take a generation or two, it's simple?
no, I don't want to save y'all.
No, no, no,
I'm
No,
gonna
I'm not.
let it
that's
rock the
simple.
way it is.
No, if it's taking a
Y'all shouldn't
generation or
argue over
two,
semantics.
if it's
Just is
taking a
semantics.
generation or two, it's not simple. It's not. It's not because
If
it
that's how
has to
you
be
feel, okay. But
it
you
has to
have to
be
understand
trained
that like
into it. It
the
has to
same
be
thing would apply to really anyone. And when you look at it number wise, it kind of does apply to anyone, like across the racial board, like white people, Mexican people, Native Americans. The same things happened, just on like a different scale, simply because like we were in a different position when it started. But that to me, that makes it simple. If that's how you feel, okay. But that would be again what he said earlier, semantics.
yeah, very true.
Now,
So that
as
being
a
said,
moderator and a host, I will give you a general assessment of what I infer from the reaction from the comment section. We always have to include the comment section. So, what I can infer is that all of you are looking pretty bad right now. So, um,
Wait, don't include me in there. Nobody said nothing about me.
Gosh,
Jerry,
Wait, no one
yo,
said nothing bad about me. Sorry.
okay, the thing about all of you guys is that you guys are women-less men, and then the thing about you, Yona B, is that you just one of those love America sorts of ladies. Like you're Trump enthusiast pumping in your face like, yes, America is great. Don't make it great. It is already great. Yay, you know.
okay.
when it comes to America, the thing that they got right, it kind of doesn't even exist anymore. Like it's kind of like it's just another empire kind of about to die, realistically speaking. The one thing that they kind of like contributed or whatever, or the one achievement they made, it 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 died in the Civil War, technically speaking. So it's like I mean, it was a good idea, but hey, that now we're kind of like here.
Wait, are you talking about slavery?
No, I'm not talking about slavery. That wasn't a good idea.
No, you said it died in the Civil War. Like,
Right.
So, at least from what I can like, when I like observe America. Okay, well, at least when I observe America, like to me, it's just another empire compared to like everybody else. Whatever it was, lots of wealth, prosperity, yada yada yada. Some stupid wars, yada yada yada. Really powerful military, yada yada yada. But the one thing that they did get right was the way the government was initially structured was actually pretty solid. It was pretty much like they kind of like all acknowledged that they were just like a bunch of
100%
people.
facts. I agree with that one.
Okay, they
why'd you interrupt him? Like, let him finish.
They pretty much
Sorry.
all acknowledged that they were like a bunch of people. They were essentially British nobility who really didn't even actually like each other that much, but they kind of just banded together because they didn't want to get hung. And then when they kind of like drew up their borders and their laws, they pretty much gave everybody their own little separate countries. So it's like, hey, I may not like you in the way you kind of do this stuff or whatever, but I'm going to go over here in this state and not be bothered by you. And you're going to go over in your state and not be bothered by me, and we're going to have these certain things that we all kind of agree on, and no matter what happens, no matter where you go in what state, that those are a man's rights. Outside of that, you live however you want to live in your state. And it's like that was a pretty good idea, uh, but that's kind of technically gone. So
Back.
after that, like, what makes America so special other than, like, I guess I have guns, like that's pretty great. I can just buy a gun or two. um
I want to answer the question that Ten had asked earlier about what makes what is it called, high value woman. I think at the end of the day, you have to be nurturing, you have to be motherly, you have to be intelligent, and you have to be cooperative. Cooperative. If you have all these four qualities, I think to me that makes you a high value woman, but not to be super valued. And I'm talking about in our society, you cannot be going against your the men of your race. If you're going against the men of your race for the state, all these four things that I mentioned, you're trash. So to be a high value woman in general, I think you have to be nurturing, motherly, well, that's probably the same thing, caring, smart, cooperative, and what is it? Loyal. I forgot that part, loyalty. So that's what I think about. And that's to me that what makes some a woman submissive, and I mean, I'm not submissive. I mean, high value. So if you have all those qualities, or if you're striving to do that, I think that's the best part. That's which men wouldn't want something like that. So if that's what I think is a high value woman.
Yeah, so let me just jump in here. So that's one of the issues in this world. So I wouldn't even use the high value because, like, AFR was pointing out, high value has a specific meaning. So I would say just good woman, good man, right? And I think one of the things about this world is this, right? It's probably easier for a good man to find a good woman than it is for a good woman to find a good man, right? But on top of that, there are a lot of bad women and a lot of bad men. Um, so, oh,
You
and then
still
of course,
you still simp. That's the simping move you just did. I just caught you.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that is
so
that is simping shit.
the reason why I'm saying that though is this, right? Because technically, right, men will do the searching. You get what I'm saying? So if you're like a good guy, you have to just based off the dating structure. If you're a good guy, you get your choice. You get what I'm saying? Like essentially, you're the chooser. The woman's the chosen. You
That
see what
is
I'm
not
saying?
true. Only just because you're a good man, that doesn't mean you get to choose the woman. That is not true.
What
That's
I
a
mean
lie.
by choose is that you're approaching them.
All right, sorry to interrupt. If we do have Dugu Sakara Precious Bishop in the back, so if anyone wants to just jump off a bit and let him in,
Hell
um,
no. Why would we want to let him in? He just played.
wow,
He, he just played us in the chat. Nah, he stay in the back.
wow,
Julie.
it's
He didn't really play with
really
the chat. Now I'm gonna jump off soon anyway, but
Hey,
um,
yeah.
Tanzan, do I need to give you donations so you can buy a StreamYard?
Hey, we're not paying for those people. We use the free stuff.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were just being cheap.
I am being cheap, exactly.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you just said that.
Exactamundo. Chip is
So
good. I don't know why you want to be all flashy and stuff, but yes, there's conveniences for
Nah,
you.
because we want 10 niggas yelling at each other at least.
stop being vulgar, my guy.
Yeah, AFR.
Uh, uh,
Maybe you
okay.
need to step off for a second and let the wise brother Sankara, you know, give us his wise.
No, well, that's the thing about it.
Dang,
Sankara
everybody got
isn't
the dirty.
wise. Actually, that guy isn't wise.
Wow. See,
Dang, y'all just talking shit about Sankara before he show up. That's crap. That's wild. I'll step off soon.
and see,
Uh,
this is why sisters, their sisterhood, yeah, is shaky a bit, yeah, all of that stuff. But at least we don't throw each other under the bus like that.
you
You know?
just
Oh,
threw
well,
Yona under
well,
the
hold on.
bus two
Can I?
seconds ago.
Tanzan, can I say something? Look,
Yes.
once I started going on other Pan African channels and watching their stuff, people would be saying their opinion, and Sankara would be in the comments just tearing them down, and all that. So this guy isn't some really, or even if he is smart, some of his actions is just like just disagree with another black person, but don't start going in the comments saying, "Oh, you're this, you're that, you're a coon, you know what I'm saying?" Like that type of thinking, it needs to die with us. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like he engages in that stuff, so he can't get upset if people preemptively say he sucks. So I'm just gonna say that.
I never said that, but all right. But I mean, y'all, I don't know. All right. What I could say though, oh yeah, good, yeah. So the reason why I was saying that was because men, like we have to, like we do the macking. Now what happens with a woman is that she's gonna be approached by like 20, 20 dudes a day or some shit. Whereas you as a man, you can kind of discern who you will approach, right? A woman can't necessarily filter who's going to approach her. Now, obviously, she could say yes, she could say no. Obviously, hormones can play a part, but the point being is that she's going to have sensory overload. She's going to have a litany of negative experiences, whereas a good brother like myself, right? Like pretty much all my experiences are going to be solid. You know what I'm saying? Um, like just off principle. And the other thing I would probably say is that because these bad guys are in such you know are so popular in a sense, are like such, because there's bad, like there's a bunch of bad men, a bunch of bad women. Yeah, like oh, that's what I'm gonna say. We are probably over intellectualizing the problem, in the sense of we're making it seem like this man or this woman are these, intellectual agents trying to navigate the world in a certain way, when realistically, a lot of guys are just hitting it, and a lot of women are just like, a lot of guys are just like, I guess one of my elders, an African American woman, would say a lot of people are run by the lower chakras. And whereas we might be conversing on the higher chakras, if you will, a lot of people are just on that low vibration that, let me get some pussy, let me get some dick. I'm just living, I'm just having fun, I'm just partying. And there's no sense in over intellectualizing the phenomena.
Well, that was what Yona B was saying about, the men, that they're not serious, that they're just there for the good times and so on. So, you should be marrying up the women instead of just, using them for, what did you call it? For a good time. Yeah. So,
Let me just say to that, it's like, um a lot of these men we're talking about, or I'll say it this way. There's this video going along. I know it's, I think it's a picture going along where, no, a video where these women are saying they went on spring break, right? And they all got pregnant and don't know who the father is. Okay? And that's what people are doing with their lives, right? They're going out, they're saying, "Hey,
well,
let's just live, have fun."
you know what? Yes, yes, the women are terrible for that. But if these are not married women going around saying they're all going to, these are women, single women who went with single men who did this. And men do not have a care in the world about who they sleep with, but
Well,
they're
again,
very particular about who they marry. Like the complaints about women, especially when it comes to the good men. Apparently the good men, the bad men, they complain about the attitude, all of that stuff, but they apparently good men, and I'm putting several quotes on it, Okay, we have one person step off, so we can add Brother Patrice to this team. So the good men, their complaint is, oh, women are taking their wealth on divorce and all of that stuff. So if you get married, then you have complaint about the women. But if you're just there, tapping every woman with a big bat who comes along, then I don't see what the complaint really is, because you're also participating in the same thing that you're complaining about.
Well,
No?
again, so I think
Exactly.
no, I think the trouble is that we are conflating two different populations. Okay, so essentially, you're listening to people who are talking about, like, basically there are black people who are marriage minded, okay, and there are black people who are not marriage minded, and so the black people who are not marriage minded are doing these sort of things, okay, and so even if you are marriage minded, or let's say I'm marriage minded, these people are not even existing in your social sphere. Okay, you're overlooking these people in your social sphere. That does not but that does not stop them from engaging and interacting with each other. Okay, so it's not a critique on women. It's not a critique on men. Realistically, a lot of people are just not marriage minded anyway, for whatever reason. They could be young, they could be poor, they could just be in school, they could whatever. Whatever reasoning they have, they are doing this, and it's not a critique on men, it's not a critique on women. People are free to not be marriage minded, right? But trying to intellectualize it and generalize it and say that marriage minded people need to fix it, right? It just wouldn't even make any sense. You can't as an individual fix the lives of other individuals.
No, I agree with you on that one. You cannot, as an
Why do you keep
individual,
kicking me out?
fix
Like, I don't
it,
know
but you
what do
can
you keep
also
interrupting me
fix your own personal life by getting married. Like Juju was saying earlier, you cannot fix the problems of the black community, but your own personal life, that's something that you can do. So, your personal individual responsibility as a person is to marry and to get married. So, can we at least agree on that before we continue?
that people? Yeah, I mean, but like a lot of people do get married or did get married.
Okay, okay. So we agree that marriage is the mission. So with let's let Ndugu Sankara Patrice Bishop. I thank you, Asante Sana, for waiting so patiently. You have the floor. Oh, before we continue though, sorry. One thing about Jagon Mole, Jagon Molu. Yes. This white zaddy thing. That's why I say that it's this back and forth, like we're trying to figure things all around. Black men attacking, not attacking, but yes, pointing out the shortcomings of black women, and this same thing of divesting or swallowing or whatever. I think it's an equal thing on both sides. I don't think that black women are opening up to white Zaddy any more than black men are running after white Becky. So yeah, but Jagon Molu, you're welcome to come on up and speak your mind. But before you do, let us welcome in Ndugu Sankara Patrice Bishop. Karibu.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'll take it. I was just going to say a couple things. I won't be long, and I'll take it off of the brothers on the panel since they already butt hurt and sensitive about what I was saying in the comments. Um, I just want to say I just find it interesting how many brothers in the manosphere circles and the Kevin Fruitcake Samuels being regime. I just find it interesting that all these brothers that have so much obvious internalized animosity towards women, I always find it interesting that none of them ever have a woman. I just find that interesting. They got all this advice about what a woman should do, what a relationship should be, how a father or a mother or a family should be. And all I'm gonna say, I mean, I don't know what happened to these brothers. I don't know if maybe their crush that in middle school that they liked threw some ketchup packets across the cafeteria at them and they ain't got over it. I don't know what it is, but get over it. Like I don't get that. Now I'm just happy myself that these brothers who exist somewhere who we won't, you know, these type of individuals. I'm just very happy myself that I had a father that, as a child, I was raised by a black father that don't exemplify any of those type of characteristics that I have just described. So, as a child with a father, I'm just happy that none of those so-called examples that people are throwing out as far as how a father husband should be. I'm glad he wasn't none of those things. And I just want to know where the animosity comes from. I'm just that's just very puzzling to me.
Is he
For
referring to
individuals
the
like that.
Telling the
I'm
truth
talking
isn't
about. I'm talking
bashing.
about. I'm
Telling the
talking
truth is
about.
not bashing.
No, telling the truth is not bashing, but
It's
the when I
considered bashing.
no, you can tell the truth, but when you're sensitive and butthurt and defensive, and you have some type of an issue with somebody uh, because of a female point of view or uh, because some woman thinks a certain way, that's not a reason to have animosity. And it
Can
shows
I
that there's some type of
I don't even know what you're
inner
saying.
issue.
What are you talking about?
I was gonna ask, like,
You can
because
go ahead.
well, is there something in reference that was said, like I'll say in
Yes,
reference to what was said that you're
I'm
referring
just
to,
like,
and if so, can I
yeah,
ask what that was?
yes. When you guys were talking about when you talk about what's high value and what's a high value woman, and I don't even use terms like that because those are just terms that people use to degrade someone else's value. But when you were talking about um, the two main things where a woman should be breedable, and a lot of times you guys, which is what I hear a lot, is they need to be able to fall in line and basically just follow what more. It gives the impression that they're supposed to follow what a more intelligent man is supposed to do, is supposed to tell them.
Submit.
Submit. Well, submit is fine, but the way they describe submit is that obey, and that's the thing. Like it's the way, and then if there's pushback, then it seemed like you guys were getting defensive about it. That's when I say animosity came out. So that was my. I just noticed that when these conversations come up, and then all of a sudden, you guys are throwing back, such and such is a simp. You're simping and blah blah blah. And it's like, why does it have to go to that level? You know, that's all.
Because black men are bred to be simps under women. I'm just being honest. Like that's look, we're raised around mostly women, and we live under a matriarchy. Whether the nice illustrious ladies on the panel disagree or not, and they say we're not under a gynocracy. Well, I beg to differ. It is what it is. But look, that it's fundamental things that are wrong on why we're having dysfunction. And yes, men are to blame. We can say mostly men are to blame, but there's things that black American men have to contend with that other races of men don't have to contend with. And it is what it is. So, I can't blame black men for seeking love overseas or going,
Yeah,
using a
yeah,
passport. So,
that's what I thought. Yeah, and this is what I, and it reveals what's really underneath. It's
so
that's
should
what
I
you just
sign up
used.
for so should I sign up for the so when I go date, the it's usually 85% single mother, okay? Unless I go super young to like a 20 or 22-year-old. And that comes with its challenges. I'm 40 years old, so that comes with its challenges. So it's just like, what am I supposed to do? When chicks are on antidepressants or they already have a kid? I have no record. I have my own savings. I have my own place. I have my own car. I have I'm a stable person. I don't, like why am I signing up to be somebody's stepdaddy?
I feel you. Well, here's the thing. I'm a brother just like you. So I don't feel the way you do. I don't feel that somehow, which is what you kind of just described, that somehow non-black women don't come with the baggage that black women come with. Now, why don't I
I'm
feel that
talking
way?
about
And I'm
I'm
a
talking
black man
about
like
Western women in general, but a high percentage
Yeah.
of women where I
you
live
know.
that happen to be black have even either a child or there's something going on with them, and plus probably not politically compatible either. So that's another issue. So
Okay. So why don't
so
I
yeah,
why don't I agree with you as a black man?
because
If
you're
that's the
married
situation.
and you think black women are our best buddies here in America.
I'm not married.
Oh,
So
so you're so you're a baby daddy.
Well, I have children. I'm not married. I wouldn't describe
So
myself as a baby daddy. I'm a
you're a
father.
baby daddy. No, you're a baby
I'm a
daddy.
father. I'm a
You're
Have
a
you
father.
have
baby
you
daddy. A
hold on a
baby
second.
daddy, sir.
Hold on a second, guys. Have you ever been married, sir?
I have been married. Yes.
So you have been married. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, okay, then I retract what I say. If you were married to the mother of your child, then that's a little bit different.
Right. But
Okay,
I
then
don't. But I
I
expect that.
apologize.
No, it's no problem. But that's the thing. I mean, you have a preconceived idea. You have animosity toward black people. Period. Black culture, whether it be
No,
black.
that's not true. No, well,
You
our
already had
culture.
your
Okay,
mind made up.
hold on,
Baby
hold on.
daddy is
No,
something
Dang,
a
guys, come
white.
on.
no,
so
Come
no.
on,
Hold
That's
on, hold
guys.
on.
something that a
Because
white
there's
person
a lot of
would
our
describe a
brothers,
black
a lot of
person
okay,
as.
Tanzan,
Sankara,
moderate this shit.
relax, brother. Stop yelling. Look, Sankara, I understand, but there's a vast majority of our brothers that do not marry the mother of their children. So you can't you can't say I have animosity or I hate my own people for saying that this is like a lot of us that go through that. I
And
don't
that's a
go through it.
fact.
So I don't know why you keep equating that to I hate my people just because I
Because
say
you
that.
compare them to non-blacks as they're doing better or that's a better option. That's the difference.
Okay, the stuff that's plaguing us is starting to plague other races more and more. Like white people, their single mother numbers are going through the roof. Well, not through the roof, but it's creeping up. Um, so that's not that it is what it is. People not doing what they're supposed to do with a stable human family.
Hmm.
If they're not willing to do what's necessary, this is the result, and that's it is what it is. But like I said, we have a couple more challenges that other races of people don't have to face that we've had to systematically deal with. Yeah, I get that, but still, it's just like that's what I'm saying. Like me, I'm not giving up. I'm not saying people give up. If you there's good black women in America, like that goes without saying. So I'm not saying they're good for nothing or whatever, but we have a cultural problem in our country dealing with our women and our men. And I'm just saying there's traditional black people around. Like, dude, I don't care if okay, look, if there's a black woman in America and they get with quote unquote white zaddy, but they actually are cooperating with each other. They have a good relationship. They have children. They're good, stable people. They don't fuck with other people. Dude, leave them alone. I don't need to be on her back. Oh, you married white daddy. As long as they out there putting good vibes out there for everybody and being good. And I don't advocate race mixing at all. But what I'm saying is, if other people, different people, backgrounds, that's hard enough, and they get together and they cooperate, and it ends in a good outcome, leave the folks alone. So that's what I'm saying. Or if a black woman goes to Africa, finds her an African man, do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, the same thing with
Well,
the black man. So yeah,
here's
just
the
be
thing. Yeah,
happy.
I feel you. That's cool. That's cool. It just sounded like you were saying the other thing. And I feel like if that's the case, or like you just said, there are good black women in America, such and such forth, or whatever, why bring up the need to go elsewhere? Why even bring it up?
So
Because a
I
lot
would
of
say,
black men don't know that's an option. And actually, they're shamed for even trying to think about that option.
But if there's good women in America, like you just said, why is that? Why does that have to be something that's
But you
uh,
have to understand also, as I stated earlier, there are good women indeed, and there are good men, but the percentage is very far and few in between. So I get what American Rifleman is saying. I 100% agree. Do you? Okay? You can't find it here. You think you can't find it here? Go somewhere else. It's just human nature. Do something else. If it's not working, try something else. That's all he's saying. And what he is saying is correct. There are good people here. But unfortunately, the scallywags outnumber the potential wives and wives. Unfortunately, the Pookies and Ray Ray outnumber the good, clean cut, good black man, family man. It's
I,
unfortunate, but it is what it
Why he
is.
got to be clean cut?
I
Well,
would say that's
whatever.
all. I would say that's all over
Only.
the globe. I don't know that it's that much better
Looking
somewhere else.
neat
I
and
think that
clean.
dynamic
Okay,
is all.
there's plenty of. I know a couple of black men that have dreads, and they actually they're neat, trimmed, and they're well spoken,
Why they got to
and
be clean?
people
I don't understand.
respect. Hold on, hold
Jay
on.
Z, bros. Jay Z.
Listen, hold on, and but how they carry themselves
Right,
is
clean
what.
cut.
Yeah,
It's not just
exactly.
the
It,
hairstyle, it's clean cut.
exactly.
Right, all
Exactly.
around.
Clean so that it's your persona and how you present yourself and also how you groom yourself as well. So all those things together presents a vision of somebody saying you're clean cut. So it
Nah,
doesn't, like
nah.
I
You
said,
have
you
a
can
unique
have dreads.
way of
Nah,
presenting
a
yourself.
woman says when they talk about me, they talk about a rough brother. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Like a man that could just
Oh,
throw a woman
only,
around.
only stop. No.
I
You
guess
heard
I
that?
just
You heard
don't
that?
see.
You
I
heard
guess
that?
this is
You
what
heard
I'm
that?
getting
Listen,
at though.
listen.
So
I do
I know
agree.
being a
Hold on
pookie
one
is your
second.
mating
One
strategy.
second. Let me moderate for a second. I do agree with Jagon Muller. Jagun Molu.
Who cares if you agree with that, Tazan? Like what the
Yeah.
I do agree with nobody gives a shit. Like
No, your hair should be clean. This is my only prejudice against dreadlocks, because when I look at them, a lot of them don't
we
seem
Mau Mau freed you. Stop it.
what.
I said we Mau Mau freed you. You heard it?
I didn't get the first part. I say it slowly without the accent.
Oh, you mean without the accent? Without, all right, look, anyway, we Mau Mau, we Mau Mau, the Mau Mau
Uh-huh.
with dirty locks, Rasta. You know what I'm saying? We
Yes.
freed y'all in Kenya, so stop it. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
no, 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 no,
uh,
don't be, just write yourself in that
Yo,
story.
I'm writing myself. I'm writing myself. We you know shit. Me and
You
me
don't get
me me, me and Kemati. You know what I'm saying? We was hanging out in the bushes. You already
no,
all right.
know.
So let me ask y'all brother something. Oh, I'm sorry, Tanzania. Were you talking?
go ahead, go ahead.
I wasn't saying
Okay.
nothing. She
So
was just talking about here.
hey, look. Hey, this is what I was saying though. What I was getting at earlier though, right? Now me, it's just a different experience for me, and I'm not. It's not to disregard what y'all saying, but to in my experience, there's good women, there's bad women, and there's good women. Like I don't see where I'm so out of options that I have to go way over here. I mean, yes, there's great. The culture is different in a lot of the other cultures where in the other countries where the women might seem to be more submissive, and I get all that, but I still see like I don't feel like there ain't like I don't feel out of options. So I guess I don't relate to in this country. I don't feel like I'm out of options. I feel like there's plenty of good women all over the place.
Yeah, bro.
Now,
It's
is
not
it just
about being
can
me or
out of
what's going
options. It's
can
not
on?
I
about being out of options. It's about what do you want to do with your future. You want to just live under some white man, or you want to go and live in be free in Africa?
can I can I
Because if you in America, you living under this white boy. Period.
can
Yeah,
I
but
So
as
it's
far as
like
relationships,
so
though,
you could
hesitant
go
right
take an
now?
American woman with you to Africa, or you could just go to Africa and find a woman. But
Exactly.
but but
Exactly.
but it's like the whole point is that you're not supposed to be living under no white boy for generations. and
Well, the
getting
Africans
your
are
ass
living under
kicked
the white boy. They're not any
generations.
different.
I agree.
So
What do you mean
for
they're not
me,
different? Of course they different.
It's
Look,
not
look,
different. The
look.
Okay,
Africans are
boss.
It's very look. He's
there's
got
not
a
a black nation on earth. There's not a
All
black
right,
controlled nation on this planet.
wait, bro. You said you go to Africa and you feel like you in the same place when you in America.
No, I would rather be in Africa, but all I'm
No, but
saying is
wait.
as far as
So what are you
power,
talking about?
because as far as power, which is what you mentioned,
What do you
being
mean? That's
under
fine.
the
No, no,
white
no.
man.
I said where you want to live under the white boy, or you want to go live among your people.
I'd
Surrounding
rather live
not under
among
this
my
white boy.
people as far as
Well,
living
then that's what
around,
he's
yes.
talking about. It's not about being
But
out of
no, but
options.
wait, there's something you got to understand though,
You're doing
bro.
a straw man, my guy.
No, all I'm saying is the dynamic as far as who's in power, white folks still have power over the
No,
African nation.
no. Listen, no. That's what I'm saying. People be saying that. Y'all gotta be honest with yourself.
Man, I'm just saying.
Okay? No, but you're not being honest. Look, the white
can I
man got
add something?
absolute power in America. He
And
got
Africa.
tangential power, or some,
no. He doesn't.
he got
Can I
tangential power
perhaps
in Africa. He got
offer?
absolute power in America. No, he got tangential power in Africa. He got absolute power in America.
Well,
Can
here's
I?
where we got the advantage
Oni,
in Africa. We
Oni,
have an advantage
Oni.
in Africa because
Hold,
we have
Yeah,
land
man, yeah,
and
man.
we have.
Oni,
Hold on a second. What you
hey,
say, man?
Oni,
Bro?
Let someone
Oni.
else speak.
Mm,
Hold on. Can I look?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Oni,
man.
you
Then if
notice
you
when
want a word, you can go after AFR. Go
Can I
ahead,
perhaps
AFR.
okay,
offer?
um, okay. What I was gonna say is, Oni, did you notice how when we talk about, oh, you can go to Africa, that's one of your options. You don't have to live up under the white man. Then they say the white man runs everything. Or, like Africans on the continent can't make any of their own decisions. Like there's no
they
African leader
can't.
that makes their own. So I hate when they always start from that
All the
premise, like,
time.
oh, they're under colonialism and all this
They
other stuff.
are. That's just the
Well,
reality
hold
of
Bro,
it.
on, hold on, stop, hold on. Can you stop yelling? Can you
So
stop yelling? Look,
let him
look.
finish, man,
There's
please.
yes, thank you. Yes, there's challenges and there's strings and other follow-on effects from colonialism. Like everybody understands that. Okay, they're talking about it even today. But for you to just act like Africans have no agency, just this fatal, like, oh my God, the white man runs everything in the known universe. That's like some Tariq Nasheed shit. Like, come on, man. Like the white
Getting
Okay,
man
really
doesn't run
foolish
let me
everything.
over here.
educate. Let me educate you right quick.
No, bro, you
Okay,
ain't educating us.
let me educate both of y'all.
Okay,
When you
tell
got
me
a
what the
red,
white
black,
man
green,
runs. Tell
no,
me what the white man runs. Okay, tell me what the white man runs.
okay,
Thank you.
let
Go
me
ahead.
White man
educate you.
runs everything under the fucking sun. We get it.
Colonialism. Since you put it that way, like I'm a fucking idiot. Colonialism never left. All right.
Okay,
Now
boss.
you have black leaders that are paid off, that are in control. They are puppets controlled by outsiders. That's every African nation on the earth.
Oh my
I don't
gosh,
like it.
man.
I don't
Oh
like it,
my
but that's
fucking
the
gosh.
reality.
Boss,
And the
so
Arabs as
wait,
well.
boss, where did you go in Africa? Where did you go?
I've never been yet.
You see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is, man? Oh my
Well,
gosh,
I
that's the
do something
problem.
called
That's
I
the
do
Yes,
something
problem.
thank
called
you,
read.
This is
thank
I
the
do
you.
something
problem.
called
These
read, and I do
people,
something called talk to
bro,
Nah,
Africans.
bro.
you
If I
just
never went to
invalidated your
America,
whole argument. You just
no,
invalidated
Fuck
your
does that
whole
have to do with it?
no.
I ain't never been
argument.
Look
over
See,
here,
the
look
there.
same
here.
car. You're not smart, bro.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Look here.
Let's not waste
Okay,
any.
well, please show me a black controlled nation so I can go there immediately.
Hold
Tell
on a
me where
second.
it is.
Wait, Tanzan, what are you saying? I wanted to say something quickly, but Tanzan, what are you saying?
I'm saying let's not waste Ezuli's time. Look, I'm not control. Oh, Ezuli, I'm sorry you're out, but you should have been up here as well. Look, I'm not here to control anyone. I'm here to have a conversation and listen. And you can all have your say as long as everyone is, cordial and all that. But that's what we're here for. Now, when we talk about, I know we go on and on about the gender wars, or it's been rehashed, several times. Okay, all right. Thank you, Azuli. I'll try to moderate the chat. I will try to do better. So, at the basics, when we talk about the system and that, we can't control the system, we are at the mercy of the system. All we can control is what we do on a personal level, and it's very
Fact.
limited control. But the only person that you can control is a person that you are, you choose to be with. Your family, you can't control that. You are born into it, so you have to manage it one way or another. But the whole point of marriage is to choose someone that you can trust enough to put your life into their hands. It's not just your financial life, it's also your physical life. I mean, if you're sleeping next to someone, you have to think that this person could literally murder you in your sleep. So this gender wars, yes, it's entertaining, it's fun, it's all that stuff, but at the same time it's also personal to everyone, because we have to think of, even those passport bros, I feel that it's a sad thing that they have to leave the place that they are to go find women elsewhere, and there's still women in their community. It's like, but at the same time, if your women are so damaged and the men just as damaged, I mean, if you go somewhere else and you carry that damage with you and you just perpetuating it, propagating it. So I think that when we look at this gender wars, why are we suddenly having these discussions that we already figured out a long time ago? Men and women were not always at each other's throats. We actually needed each other to work and do and live and create children. So there has to be something that's deeper than just, oh, we're suddenly at each other's throats. I think it's
Tanzan, uh,
yes.
you look. I look. I agree with what you're saying. But it's just like okay. I do have a question before I even say anything. Do you think the passport bros are like what's the like? Are you do you think of them negatively? Because I don't know where you stand on them.
Well, I think that the first place to start, like we did, was in America, because I think that this is the, like I always say, the morality of modernity. This is where everyone looks up to, including, all those places that the passport bros are going to. Like, even when you interact with, women from other cultures and so on, they're still looking at the passport bros as Americans. And people have a view of Americans as, first of well off, just let me say, I wouldn't say they don't really know what's going on, that you can take them for a ride, and they just, happy, you can make them happy with little things. So people, they respect Americans and they like that they have the money, but a lot of the times people will literally, sometimes lie to them so that they can stoke the ego. They know that Americans like to feel that they're the big man. So for me, I'm not against it. I'm saying that you should seek your opportunities, and not just about your marriage opportunities, but also financial opportunities. I wouldn't say that, oh, if you live in a dry town, just stay there for the sake of it. No, the world is a huge place. Go somewhere else that has better prospects. So I'm not against the prospect of going somewhere else. What I was saying, that if you go somewhere else with the same baggage and problems that you left with, you're not going to really find what you're looking for. You're just
Hmm.
looking for an escape.
Yep.
So could I? And this
Yeah,
is
go
maybe
ahead.
just
Go
me.
ahead.
Like, what he was asking earlier, like when he was like talking about like what's keeping you from like at least you feel like for your perspective, there's like good women here. Um, my thing is like it's not really about per se whether she's good or not or whatever. It's that there's not actually any real concrete defense if she isn't. Like there, like at least law wise, it's like kind of you're screwed. And like the thing is like every dude says like every dude I've ever met who got like papers dropped on him and like had half of his money and then 18 years worth of child support plus whatever taken from him, whatever, every one of them thought they had a good one at first. But it's like one day she just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed or whatever, or like she saw some other guy that she felt like was like just a little bit better than you were, or something on that order, or you had pissed her off, or she had to quote unquote find herself or whatever. The problem isn't like you could deal with that if like laws were different. The problem is that they aren't. So it's like it would make sense to just go and find a woman in a place where those laws don't exist. Like, you're really only two options, like, at least from what I can see, if you're really trying to, like, be safe about it and responsible about it, would to be either just leave and go to a place where those laws don't exist, or like go to a place in America where you have the numbers to basically enforce your own laws on marriage, like in the same way that, like, the Amish or the Orthodox Jews do.
No, 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 no. Let me say this, and I hate to sound all, FB and stuff, but no. Let me tell you why. The reason why it is important for Black Americans to stay in America and, defend whatever values that they deem important to them is because, like I keep saying, this is the place that people look to up to for morality, for the trend, whether it's moral or not. Sometimes they'll resist it, but that's still the framework that it will be raised in. Africans were never talking about LB blah blah blah, but because it's being spoken in a Western context, they're still going to debate about it, whether it affects them or not. They have more important things to talk about there, but they're still debating this and going through that rigmarole. So, and provide triggers. Welcome, Karibu. Provide triggers for evolution. Yeah, Sean Kuti in an interview 2 weeks ago was talking about white control in Nigeria and the rest of sub-Saharan. I do not like that term though. That sub-Saharan phrase isn't what there were. Yes, there is definitely that in Africa. Africa is under colonialism, but colonialism is more of a light, what Americans are going through. So that's why we study Black Americans, because this is like the future of where the whole world is headed to. It's like the precursor of where Africa is also eventually going to be under. So this is why we are focusing on this thing, because Monotezi say that Africa is complex, but Africa is still looking to the West for, if not for direction, then they're still giving their attention to the West. And this is why it is important to study what is going on in America, so that we know what Africa is in store for.
And also, Tan, I wanted to piggyback off of what the gentleman was saying, that you go to a place where the laws are not what everywhere has similar laws to the West. Everywhere you
Everywhere
might
in the
you
West
might
has
go
similar law. Not everywhere in the world, no.
you might go,
Like,
you
if you
might
go to
go
any
to
Western country, like anywhere in Western Europe, anywhere in like the Five Eyes countries, you're gonna get the same thing. But everywhere in the world, no, everybody hasn't lost their mind yet.
no, but you have to understand, people are people everywhere in the world. So you might find yourself in Thailand with a so-called good one. You don't think it's going to happen because the laws there are different than the laws here, whatever. And she might just get up and say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, and leave. You just don't know.
I'm
So,
fine with that. The
okay,
issue
but
is she going to
let me
wait,
let
wait,
me
wait?
finish real
My
quick.
thing is like, if she decides to up and leave,
Can I
is she
finish?
going to
I
take
didn't
half your
interrupt
money?
you. I didn't
Okay,
interrupt
go ahead.
you. Let me
Sorry.
finish, please. Thank you. So even if she does decide to get up and leave, yes, it's still a thing. So by you saying, okay, you want to go somewhere where these laws, where women is not getting, your whole bank account, or, whatever issues that you guys have or whatever, um, people are people everywhere you go, like what I say. And if she does leave, she could take the kids and run off, or she could leave the kids with you, or God forbid, she could kill your ass. And, it's just crazy things. People buy
Damn,
out.
Yona, wow, you just
No,
went all the
No,
way.
but
no,
this is cap. Yona,
thank
this is
you.
cap. This is cap. No disrespect, but this is cap.
Never know.
My issue with what you're saying is like, so here's the thing. Like, could she leave? Yes. But I'm fine with that because, one, like, she can't just like yank my stuff through via proxy of the state. Two, can she just like, what was the other thing you mentioned? She could take my kids or whatever, sure. But like, honestly, I could just start another family. Like,
Okay,
the
and
issue
that's
is
all
like,
fine and good,
she's
because
not,
of course you could
the
go
thing
find
is like,
another
even if
family.
she
But
is
if
like,
you have a bank account, who's to say she's not going to go and take all your money from out the bank account? She
They
wouldn't leave the
can't.
thing.
They can't.
They
They can't.
can't. The thing is like they can do things here that they can't do over there. They can take pretty much everything from you, not just your money. They can revoke all of your licenses. They can have your license to practice medicine taken. They can have your license to basic, pretty much anything you can think of that's like pretty much issued by the state. They can have your passport revoked. They can effectively have you working to stay out of prison for the next 18 years. You can't leave the country. You can't leave the state. You can't even work.
Who are these who have this much power?
Exactly.
You've
No,
never
but look,
been
that's what I'm
affected.
saying. Look, let me supplement this because, like, that's what I'm talking about. You can't. You have to travel. If you're not traveling, just don't talk about other countries. You know, because here's what I was saying. Because I was actually surprised. I had a driver in Tanzania, and I was telling him about child support, and he was like, "What is that? Like, there's no such thing as child support in the whole fucking country."
Right.
Okay, so this idea that the laws are universal, that's not true. It's just not true at all. And I'm not necessarily saying that child support is bad because I think it's a good thing.
It
But
is.
but at the same time, what I'm saying is that what the brother was saying is that it's factual. That yes, you can find a place where people like if for some reason the relationship doesn't work, you're not screwed over from it. Okay.
No,
And
what he's saying, Oni, is you're not screwed over from it financially, right? That's what
yeah,
he's saying. And what I'm
It's
saying
not
is
just
or even
financially.
socially.
and what
It's
I'm
not just
saying is even though you might not be able to be screwed over from it financially, which he then said, yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. I could go and start another family somewhere else. Bygones be bygones. That's all fine and well. But
Okay.
I say people are people everywhere you go. He said he wouldn't care. It's a matter of the heart. Then matter of the heart is done. Clean slate.
let,
Mhm.
let,
I'm
let
good.
me articulate, let me just supplement what he's saying, right? He's saying this. He meets a good woman. Like he wants a good woman. Okay? He wants a relationship that works. However, he's saying that in the event that the relationship doesn't work, he's not fucked over. He doesn't want a relationship to not work. He doesn't want to abandon his family. What he wants is a good relationship, and he doesn't want an incentive for a woman to be broken up with you. Okay, so like I could say, for instance, if I'm with a woman and I'm paying her bills and all that kind of shit, and I'm providing for her and all that kind of stuff, she has no incentive to be unfaithful to me, or she has no incentive to leave
But you
me. She
see,
has no.
this is what I'm getting with you. I I
Okay,
I,
interrupt me.
I understand.
It's fine.
I'm
It's
sorry.
fine.
I understand what you're saying.
And by
But
the
you
way,
have
Erzulie is back in, so when you
Hey,
guys,
Julie, but you
yeah,
have to understand this incentive that you're talking about was made when it was a different era. And nowadays, of course, like everything else, is being brutalized. All right. Why is it not a good thing if a woman is married to a man for 15, 20, 25 years and then he's now like, okay, I'm out, peace out, or she's like, okay, I'm out, peace out. Then the judge has to make a ruling to where and what and who these kids go to.
All right,
If it's
sis.
going to, hold on, if the
Oh,
children
so
are
you can
going
cut
to
me
the
off,
women
and
and the
then you got to
women has
finish. When
not
I
worked,
understand you, gotcha.
if we're going to the woman has not worked in that 15, 20, 25 years, she hasn't accumulated any money per se, but the man has been the breadwinner. And now it's 25 years in the marriage and they just happen to have a freaking 3-year-old. Where's she going to go?
I have
Who's
an
the
answer
kids
for
going to
that.
go
I
to?
have an
So
answer
Let
for
me
these
just
that.
say this,
I
incentives
have an
was
answer for
made
that.
at a
sis. We
certain
get what you're saying.
hold
What
on,
I'm
let me
saying is
finish
this.
wait,
though. Let me
only,
finish.
Erzulie told me to moderate. I had somebody say that they have an answer to that. So go ahead, answer to that.
So they actually had an answer to that before all this happened, just like they had an answer for infidelity before all this happened. You ready for it? The child went to whoever could afford to keep the child. And it was as simple as that. They didn't worry about that. He who pays gets authority over the child. If she wants to pay for that, then she gets authority over the child. But I'm not going to like
I wish I
enforce
had
a
some
marriage.
sound effects. Sorry, Dangui, but I wish I had some sound effects to that. He who pays has the authority. Ooh.
Has the money. But you see, after the whole feminist movement and stuff, the women were saying we're getting the short end of the stick, blah blah blah, and then they flip the switch. So now it's always been a back and forth type
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. So what I'm gonna say is, Yona, is that nobody said it was a bad thing. So it's
I
not.
did.
So you're
I said it
questioning.
was a bad thing.
Well, I
I
mean,
would say it's a
again,
bad thing too.
well, what I mean, like, all right. Well, nobody said it before I said that, but what I'm saying is that you might say, "What is wrong with this?" Nobody said there was anything wrong with this. All he said was he was go somewhere where it's not in place. So America can have it. That's what he's. America can have it, right? And if you like it, then you could have it in America. But he's saying that he personally, as an individual, will go somewhere where he doesn't have to deal with that, and that's all.
Okay,
and and
understood.
and and, and a part of it is that women actually uh behave differently based off of that, and it's like you can say the behavior is worse, you can say the behavior is better, but if that's what he's looking for as an individual, and it's not for us to say, well, why the fuck are you looking for that? It's his life.
Yes, that's very true. Understood.
Always true.
I have
My thing
I,
with passport boys, I guess my only issue is I
Who's a
think
passport bro? Who's a passport bro?
no, I mean that was kind of the question earlier, like what do we think of it or whatever. I mean I don't have a problem with because it's kind of like a movement now. I don't really have a problem with people that want to travel. I think we should travel and see the world and all that good stuff. But my thing is making it something where now we're kind of promoting it as, oh, you should do what I'm doing because this is better. That's the part that I don't like about it. That's all. Like, if that's your thing, then do you. I just don't like the whole, I feel like it's being used to kind of, downplay our sisters over here type stuff. That's all. Like,
Yeah, some of these
it don't
brothers
have
do that.
nothing.
Personally,
Let me
I
say
was
one thing before let me just say this. One time I went to Atlanta, right? I ate some pizza. Okay, it was Chicago style pizza, and so I went online and I said, "Man, Chicago style pizza sucks," right?
Mm.
Because I had some in Atlanta, and people were like, "Dude, you didn't go to Chicago to talk about Chicago pizza. You went to Atlanta, so you can't judge that." And I'm like, "Okay, you know what? Y'all got me." And the reason why I'm bringing that story up after people interrupted me a long time ago was to say, if you don't go to Africa, right? You can't like just sit down, eat your pizza, sit down, eat your slice of pizza, and be quiet. You know what I mean? Because you just won't know. It's a totally different culture. It's like
Yeah,
it's
it is.
like it's a totally
yo,
different culture.
all right. Let me say something. Two
He'll
things.
sit and eat your slice of pizza and be
Two
quiet.
things. Two
Right? She
things.
gets it.
Two things. Two things I want to say. Three things technically. Number one, one of the brothers was saying is that there's too much incentive for women to live the marriage over a little fight. When we look at the statistics says in America that women file for divorce majority of the time, like 80, 85 to 90% of the time. So the women know the incentive is that they're gonna get half or they're gonna get more or they're gonna get that. That has to be taken out. And other countries, like the brother said, if a husband has a side woman, has another woman, or maybe cheats, most of the women are not gonna leave that quickly because there's no incentive in living the marriage over a big fight over a thing. What they'll do, they could work it out, sit down and work it out. And what you'll see, I bet you, in those countries, men are not so against going to the courthouse and getting married. In America, like the brother was saying, if you give the woman all this power, it doesn't matter. We could be in love, soulmate. Something happens, one person flips and go to court, and they trying to take everything. That by I mean everything, not only the money, but the parental right of the father. So what is the so now if you take the if like the brother said, like if there was no incentive, why would the first thing women do is, oh, I want the kids? First of all, if we'll be real, that's not your kids, that's the man's kid. You carried it for 9 months. That's what you did. And I'm not saying it's not what you did was horrible, was easy, but at the end of the day, it's the man's kid. The incentive for women to just walk out of the crazy thing, women beg for marriage. Women beg to go down the court, and they're the first one to go to the courthouse and ask for divorce over little stuff. Men don't live marriages like that. So number two, the brother said about what I agree, I kind of agree with the brother said. Yeah, I want to say that Africa is under colonialism. So let's not act like Africa, those colonies that French have are still paying money to the crown. But I
Yep.
do understand why Oni is saying maybe they're not the power that they have is not deep into the family home. So maybe I see what he's saying about that. At the end of the day, passport bros to me, I don't. If you want to go to another country to find a wife, I don't have a problem with that. But if you go in another country to opt out your sexual deviancy, to opt out, oh, I have 2 or 4 women, to take advantage of women because you're making more money here and you look like a god down there, I have an issue with that. And I'm not saying that if a man said, you know what, the women in America are too much for me, or the women in this is too much for me, or the women in Jersey are too much for me. Let me go to New York. The women are nicer. Or let me go to. I don't have an issue with that, but the issue comes in when you like, oh, I'm gonna be a passport bro. Like a lot of the passport bros that are on the internet, there are a lot of sexual deviancy, bro. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say they're just using women because they got their GI Bill, their GI check. They ain't shit in America. And then they go down there and they got beautiful women down there that are falling for. Well, I'm not saying the women are falling. The women are participating with the game too. Because at the end of the day, when you leave, they probably got a boyfriend that they really love. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna find another wife in Senegal or in Kenya or in Haiti or whatever, I don't have an issue with that. But when you get in on talk about this and that but I had this woman today and I had this woman the next, bro, you're going there for sexual deviancy. And I bet you're carrying all these diseases down there to the woman down there. So I don't want prospect boys. If you can't get no woman in America and you go to, because you got a little money, not even, because a passport boy could be making 50K here. If he goes down to to one of those countries, he probably is a king down there. It's how you use it. And again, I'm not saying all women, all black women here, but there's the majority of modern women in America and the Western countries, like the brother said, they have that mentality, and it's getting too much for men to take. That's why I saw this thing on YouTube. Bridal, what's that thing? Bridal showers or bridal? This company is going under because nobody's marrying
David's
no more.
Bridal. Is it
Yeah,
David's
David
Bridal?
Bridal. By the end of the
I would
year,
have, hey, I would have to agree with most of what you said, like with the laws and stuff. I'd have to agree with a lot of
I'm
what you
just
said.
saying, let's make it fair. And I'm not saying that, like, you're not just said, if a woman, I'm not saying that if you married a woman and let's say you were making more money than her or whatever, and if you're divorced, that she doesn't get nothing, because that'll be insane. But what men are arguing about is that you're not going to bring me to court and just leave me in a 1 bedroom with my bicycle. No, we're not doing that. There's
You're
always a
right,
fair
Azuli, but
balance.
that's unfortunately that's what's been
Yeah, but
happening.
No,
That's
no, no.
that's
But what
what's
you're saying, Yana, you keep saying that. Oh, how come they're not trying to change the laws now? Because you know why? That those laws are benefiting capitalism, and
right,
women are loving it.
right.
those are
And that's
facts.
why I'm all for having a prenup. If they're
Azuli,
gonna get
you have
married
a
here,
woman
Yeah,
loving you too in the
wait.
comment
Prenups
section.
don't
So,
work.
hey, just
I'm not sure
something
about
like
prenups either.
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna
well,
say
you
like
could do it
the thing
like
about
what
prenups is like they can, and it's funny because I was like looking at this case. Basically, a guy had his prenup thrown out because the woman said that he said that he wouldn't marry me if I didn't sign it, and then the judge threw it out because he considered it unfair. But
Yeah,
that's like the entire
oh,
point of a prenup.
brother, hold on, real quick. You know, you remember the basketball player Steve Jackson? Steve Jackson was supposed to marry this woman, and he had a prenup for her to marry to do the prenup. She would not sign the prenup, and on the wedding day, Steve Jackson said, "Yo, we're not getting married if you don't sign the prenup." And she was crying, and she said, "Okay, I'll sign it." You know what Steven Jackson said? Nah, don't worry about it. We're not getting married at all. Because what the brother just said, if the woman said they signed it under duress, the judge could definitely throw that out. If there's infidelity, some state could throw that prenup out.
no, all
Oh,
states
I'll
would.
do you one better.
All wait, hold on a second. All states would because according to the judge, when you sign anything, they ask you were you under distress, were you in your right frame of mind, Were you taking any medications? And that could all be a yes to anything. You could say, I was sad for 10 days. I was taking NyQuil. I was under my medication or
See, you
whatever.
trying to trap us.
So Yana, based on
No,
what
let
you
me
just
tell
said,
you.
what's
Let
the
me tell
incentive
you
of a
this.
prenup?
How do
You
you know
just
Say
that?
shot yourself in
How
the
do you know
foot.
that?
trying to
And
motivate.
like, here's the
Trap
thing.
us. Oh shit, yo! I was actually believing it for a second.
No,
Let me
hello,
all
let me
ask you.
finish.
I've
Can
been
I?
nice and
Wait,
patient,
hold
but
on,
let
Tan.
me all ask you this. So, are you
Yeah.
saying that a prenup is not ironclad?
So
That's what
what
she said.
I'm
No, let
saying,
That's what
me
she
let
said.
me let me put you on game,
Okay,
okay? Let me put you
okay.
on game. Okay?
Game
So
law, Yona.
basically what I tell my brothers and my sons and what I do is you could get a prenup. Definitely get you a prenup. Definitely get you a prenup. Okay? But to cover your ass, when you make your assets, I shouldn't be saying this, but when you get whatever assets, whether it's before marriage or during the marriage, if it's during the marriage, it's kind of tricky. But before the marriage and in the prenup, you can put that you have your money go to the children or your future children's trust fund. Okay?
Another
That's how
trap.
you,
there's
right.
two
That's how you
problems with
kind of
that.
hide your money. You could
Trap.
have your money.
Hide your money with your kids. Okay, she gonna take the kids.
No, no, they can't
Why,
spend it.
why am I
No,
doing
no,
all
hold
that?
on,
Why
hold
am I
on.
doing all that
So
if I just don't get married? Why
No,
would I want to do all
hold
that?
on, hold on. You can do that because the money is going to your children, and you could have it be they don't get that money until they're 18, 25, even 30 years old.
They give it to
hold
the
Okay.
up.
mama. Gotcha.
I have
Um,
there's actually two problems with that, like according to the law. Like, and I because the thing is, it's like you can set up a trust for money that you brought before you were married, but you have to also understand that any money earned during the course of that marriage is considered joint property, and they can actually order the people that you gave it to give it back, which has happened. That doesn't like that only works for money that you
No,
brought well before. But if we're
yo,
no,
yo,
talking,
you
no,
trying to trap us? Yo, oh
no,
man, you
no.
gonna be agreeing with?
Listen, this is how.
Nah.
Hold on, this is how you get away from that, even though you're married, because this is, listen, there's loopholes to everything. Even though you're married, and yes, the judge can probably say, oh, whatever you guys made was community property during the marriage. You can say it was a gift to my mother. That money was a gift to my son. That money was a gift to the neighbor or whoever, the damn dog. And that's how
The
you could
judge
get
if
still
away
it
takes
with
the
it.
was
money.
earned if
Gotcha.
it was earned
No, he
during the
don't.
time of the marriage, that's considered joint property. Like they have them disclose that when
Basically,
yeah.
you saying you're not ironclad. That's what you're
No,
saying.
And then also
there are
here's the thing.
loopholes. There
There
are
are
Here's
loopholes
the
loopholes.
that
thing.
that could fail.
My thing
Yeah,
is like
loopholes fail and loopholes that could
there's
also
three big
conquer. Yes,
problems
you
with
just
that.
got to know what state you're living in.
Shit.
So there's also
No, you
one
got to
other
know what
big
state you're
problem.
living in.
One huge
Uh huh.
big problem with what you're saying with regards to like prenups. And this is like even if a prenup does what it's supposed to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this was brought all the way up to the Supreme Court. The only way prenups actually hold up in court is if there's like a sunset clause put into it. And it can be
Right.
10, it can be 20 years, depending on how long you were married. It differs depending on the state. But once that sunset clause is up, she's entitled to a percentage of your money. And it also differs depending on the state, but it's usually about half. It actually happened to Chris Rock. Basically, not even a week after, like, that sunset clause was up, she basically dropped papers on him and took half his money.
Damn.
Like, they've already sealed all the loopholes. Don't try to game the system. They've thought of it already. They
Damn. She
disclosed
did
it
that to
already.
Chris Rock. Oh man, after he got slapped out. No, after he got slapped though, right?
No, this was his first marriage before then. You remember, like, right before he did all those crappy
Dang.
movies?
Shit, Will Smith did him a favor, yo. Shit.
But that's just
Like,
it. Why would you write in the sunset clause that she was to get half after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? You still,
so
you
Said you
deter-
have
the
to.
thing,
You
no,
have
no,
you
it's
do
to.
a
not.
minimum
You
amount.
determine,
It's a minimum
hold
amount
on.
depending on how long. So, like, 5 years,
Right.
she gets
But it
10.
depends
10
on the
years, she gets, say, 20 to 30.
5%, 3%. It's you guys who
It's not
sit
like
down.
you don't write that. The law determines that. It's a minimum of what that is. And if you
It
want to add more,
depends
then
on
you
the
can.
state that you're living in, determines
I
that
think
whole
we got
thing.
it. I think we got it. It
Okay.
sounds like
There's
this
no
plan
gaming
that
this
you were
system.
telling us is not ironclad, and so we should
It's
just
There's
not.
dismiss it
nothing that's
outright.
ironclad. There's nothing that's
Okay, well, there's something
ironclad.
ironclad in other countries. That's what he was saying.
there's no gaming the system. They've already outthought.
So
No,
in other
They had
countries,
but
you're
decades of
gonna
gaming.
marry your
Says,
woman
hey, hey,
and
hey, hey, hey,
she
hey,
won't
hey.
take your money.
Message, like, in that movie, don't drink your juice in the hood while being in the street.
Nobody else
I
watches
like
that
how she
movie.
said that.
Yeah. So Juju says, you are not, I'm translating from, Black American slang to proper English. You are not going to leave me in poverty. No, I am not going to endure poverty after being with you, sacrificing,
And not only
begging.
that, Chris Rock was cheating on his wife numerous times. So I guess she stood there until she's like, "I got
so
something for
what?
your ass."
So what?
And Juju
So
just
From what
kept
I
what?
doing
understood,
the
he had a porn
catchphrase, I'm
addiction, but
You
only
I'm
said
not
so
sure.
what?
Why you say I got an accent, but you there saying what are you saying? Shy? Like what?
No,
She saying
that's
shot.
right.
Shots. Like what? Like that's not what
But
I said.
no, nothing is ironclad. But like what you're saying, oh, ironclad is going to another country. Who's to say she's not going to take your money out of your bank account in that
How is she
country
gonna take
too?
your money out of your bank account? Would that even make sense? Who could just
Why
walk
would
into your
she
bank
not?
account and take it? How can you take money out of somebody's bank account? I'd like to know that.
In another
Either
country?
the
So there
government
aren't
gave her
banks in other
access to it,
countries?
or you did.
No,
If you
you
don't
can't
have
exactly
access.
unless you give somebody access to your money. How are they gonna take money out of your bank account?
So you wouldn't have your wife on your bank account in the other country?
Of course not. What kind of a question? Thank
Oh,
you. You know
okay.
what I'm saying? So even like what she just said, so you wouldn't like of course I wouldn't. Exactly
Oh,
like Barna said, you could have a joint account and you could have enough money in the joint account. You don't have to give there's no way she's gonna take money out of your account, period.
you
And the
see
thing is
that?
that it's unfortunate. I mean, look, I'm not saying that
It's
I
like whoever
personally
who's on top, like what the guy
I'm
said
not saying
before.
I
Whoever who
personally
You know
has the
would
what,
money has
you
the
guys, I
power.
was for
So
marriage
y'all just want
when
this
we started. Hold
control,
on,
and then
hold
the
on.
woman wants
Stop,
control.
pause,
no, but
stop.
we're not talking
Stop,
about
stop.
divorce. We don't want divorce.
Oni, Yona,
Yeah.
stop. I was on the whole marriage bandwagon, all, but now I'm sort of leaning on Erzulie side, which I don't like to lean on that side too much, but damn, you're making marriage sound like
Yeah, I know.
I know, right? Yoda's not selling marriage, yo. She's not. She's like, look, man, what about when we break up? I'm gonna take your money. Like, run your pockets. And you're like, nah, but look, I could get away with not running my pockets. No, you run your pockets. You gonna run your pockets. Like, okay, well then maybe I'm just not gonna marry you. Like, come on. Like
yeah.
shit. I mean, if that's all you want for me to run my pockets, you want to go into my bank account, then like fuck it. You know what
Well,
I'm
no,
saying? But
that's
But
what
like,
what?
you
What?
guys were talking
Cancel this
about. That was the
wedding,
main thing.
no, but we
But
said
that,
I don't
no.
have a problem with that.
You don't have a
but
problem with a
that,
woman running your pockets?
No, I'm talking about the account. You're talking about having your own account or whatever.
Yeah, you
this
have your
that.
own damn account. Like you don't want
Because I
nobody
mean, like,
coming
she
into
can
your.
have her account. She can have her account. I
You
mean,
can
I'm
have
Yeah,
with
her
you
it.
gotta
account.
have
You could have
both.
your account. You could have a joint account. And
Yeah, you
then
gotta have
if the
both.
marriage fall apart, you could still give her money. It's not
Yeah,
like you.
you
It's
have
not like you,
both.
if you want to.
At the end of the day, we forget that we keep talking about money, but one of the things that affects men also is
She's still
destroying the
talking.
relationship between their kids and the man. That happens a lot. We want to concentrate on money or whatever. Okay, that's a big deal. But let's not just negate that women weaponize the system to take the kids away from the father. And a lot of the time, when the father's not in the house, statistics shows it that the kids don't do well, don't fare at all. There's some kids, and I'm not. It's not a all shut case, but when the father's not in the home, the kids' well-being goes down drastically. And there's statistic that proves that a single father is equal to a two-family home. A single mother is not comparable to a single father thing. We need to. I understand about money, this and that, and the third, but one of the biggest issues is the destruction of the father in front of the children because the woman is angry. And why do
My
the
son
court?
is 7 years old. He's doing division. Let's just put that out there.
Yona, Juju, I wish you just come up just one time, because you're out there, throwing your little shots in the comment section. But damn, are we about to go in on this man or not, Yona B? So you understand that the problem is that men are not in the homes. That if you have a child that is out there growing up with just the mother and you're not there in your child's life, that you're basically just dooming your child to to a very sad, fate. So if
But the mothers know that, or so, or
yeah, but the
I'm gonna
men
give you an
know that
example.
too.
I'm gonna give you an example, and I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to defend men, but I'm saying that's part of the behavior, like the brother had said earlier. If the
My
woman
thing
is
is,
weapon, if the woman is weaponizing the kids against men, there's two things a man could do. He'll take the child support, don't talk to me again, or I'm out. The problem is the child are innocent. If the mother and the father have a totally different argument, yo, why how come most women don't have the capability of saying, you know what? Me and this man, I'm not
No,
saying
whoa,
some
whoa, whoa,
women.
whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, Azuli,
Why she stay interrupting?
wait.
She's a
Would you
woman.
say
She's a woman.
that Steve Harvey abandoned their first children? I saw Steve Harvey. But sorry, Azuli, go ahead. Sorry, I do
Oh, I
apologize.
don't know. I don't. Now I don't even know what just happened. But I'm just saying that when you weaponize when you weaponize the children against the father, there's two response. Actually, there's three. There's the simp response, who's gonna die on the sword. There's the response that's gonna be like, you know what? Take my child support. I don't want to have anything to do. And then there's a third response where the man is so tight about the whole situation, like the brother said, I'm just gonna start another family. And at the end of the day, the kids suffer. So we want to talk about, yes, I understand that the money issue, but what about the issue when, because this society has a mentality that fathers don't want to be and don't want to love on their kids. Like the majority of men that I know want to love on their kids. So we want to attack men for everything. How about the women when they weaponize the court and then the children against the father?
It's not a matter of
What's
I
the
will
incentive
say,
now? What's the incentive to be
it's
for
not a
me to
matter
stay in
of the
that
men
family?
don't want to love on their children. It's the
I never
matter
said
of
that. I said men want to love on their kids. I never said
right.
women.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the matter of that. Sometimes the issue is plain and simple. Unfortunately, some men just don't want the responsibility to have their child full time, and some
Why
men
are you
do.
focusing on
so I'm
yo
gonna,
yo
I'm
you're
gonna,
missing?
I'm gonna throw this out there because, like, here's my, at least from like the majority of the issues, like, I've seen, because I've seen plenty of divorces, and like, and I mean, like, just from an observable standpoint. I'm not like a lawyer. I've just watched a lot of people lose their heads on this crap. Like, the issue is like, if your ex-wife doesn't want you in your kid's life, you're not gonna be. You don't have rights as a father. You can't be a parent if she doesn't say so. Like, how bad it goes down in court is really how bad she wants to make it. Like, and
Yeah.
the reality of it is, like, and I had a cousin. I'll never forget this, because I would be like seeing this kid every like summer, because he would come down or whatever. She would, like, for like, just to visit, like, his grandma and everything or whatever, and his dad would be there, and he would never have like new clothes, and he was always like outgrowing them. And then, like, the issue was is that we knew our cousin was paying child support. Like, we watched him work and everything, and he had the receipts to prove it and everything. But the mom wasn't ever like spending it on the kid. And I'll never forget what, like, they told me she told him, like, around his 18th birthday. Basically, he said he was playing games inside of his room or whatever, and like a week before his 18th birthday, his mother walked into the room and told him, "Hey, listen, I need you out of here by next week because I can't get child support off of you anymore." Like, word for word.
That's terrible.
Wait, y'all heard about that little girl who was on the streets, and I think she was adopted, and so yeah, as soon as she turned 18, her parents were like, "Where you or her her adopted parents were like, where you want to go?" And they dropped her off at a
Oh, they were
shelter in
twins.
Atlanta. I
They
don't
were
think she was a
twins.
twin. I only saw one girl, but
Oh, I
um,
saw something that there was two of them, something like that, which is
yeah,
all just horrible. But unfortunately, some people they're just all about the money, all about the
It's not
money,
even always about the money. Sometimes the mom just wants to make the father's life a hell, and she
and
can
vice
if she wants
versa,
to.
vice versa. The
Stop
one
saying
who
The
vice
most
feels
that
like
versa,
God
yo.
can
When
do is
yo,
leave.
because
stop
it's
saying that
people.
shit.
No, stop
The
it.
worst thing about,
Because
Stop
men
it.
literally
don't
the
do
worst
that.
thing
Men,
that God can
men
do.
do.
Hold up, brother,
Stop it. Men do
brother.
it too. Is it Dwayne
Men do
Wade?
not go to court. Men do not go to
Dwayne
court
Wade.
to destroy the women.
Dwayne Wade.
Yo,
Took
Dwayne
his
stop it.
Wade.
children
What's
from
Dwayne
the
Wade? Nah, let's
court
hear this. What's
and
Dwayne
saved
Wade?
kids. What are you talking about? out of spite. What are you talking about? Men do it too. It's just a human thing.
Wait,
Men
what
are
did Dwayne Wade
No, it's
do?
not.
spiteful.
When you hold up, Oni. When you do that, you don't take. Wait, see what? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Women never want to take accountability for their fuck shit. Most of the time, men don't do that. I'm not gonna say a couple of men didn't do it. If you want to use Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, okay, one out of that's an outlier. But I'm saying the majority of men do not take their women to court and take the kid and weaponize the system against the mother. Men don't do that. Stop the bullshit.
Realistically,
Yeah, and plus,
my
like, let's be honest.
the worst thing I'm ever gonna do is just abandon you. Like if you really make it, impossible for me to be like a father or a husband, the worst thing I'm gonna do is just leave. I'm gonna disappear into the woods and live with the libertarians.
Yeah, exactly. Go buy a pack of cigarettes, But like I'm saying,
Yep.
like women be no, like for real though, like if you're talking about somebody talking shit about the parent to the child, like that's a thing among a lot of women, And I sometimes even peep it with my own child, even though I have him, right? Like his mother might just be like, oh, you see, but she's not necessarily doing it because like I said, I'm living with the kid, but like I could see she like has that kind of habit, or would that have that kind of that's the zeitgeist. The zeitgeist is to be like, your daddy ain't shit, and of course that has its own ramifications, like it has its own wider ramifications. So there's a lot. I mean, I'm gonna have to agree with Tanzan, agreeing with Erzulie in the sense of, I don't know if Yona made a good case for marriage, because I originally I was like, yeah, Yona's right, we should be marrying these women, but now I'm like, after all
You should be
that we
marrying
said,
if you choose no.
I don't know, man.
If you
I mean, I
choose
already married a
correctly,
woman and got a divorce, so it is what
no.
it is.
If you choose correctly, and remind you, she's also choosing you too, and you
Choose an
guys lay a
African woman.
foundation down.
Choose a woman in Africa.
Well, whichever way, whether it's Africa or here, still you got to marry your woman. Okay,
of course, yeah.
You choose correctly. That's what. Hold on, Erzulie. Hold on. You choose, or it could be like what you said, Oni. 10 years, 50 years, whatever, and she claims she's out. I saw something like Patti LaBelle talking about she's divorcing her husband. I'm like, what the hell? You married for how long? That didn't make any sense to me, but whatever.
How don't make sense?
Yeah, she's divorcing her husband of like 40 years, 40 something years.
So whatever.
But hold on. This is what I'm saying. At least they had 40 something years together. He married her. They build a family, but they build something together.
She don't want him anymore.
Right, or for whatever reason.
All right, interaction time, that's the message time. But Juju, honestly, like, I'm not just trying to, I'm not throwing, like babs or anything of that sort, but you sound like you're one of those women who do like drama. Like, she's like, oh, I don't argue and all this foolishness.
Tan, why are you so obsessed with Juju? What's going on?
She's the only woman in the chat, really.
The women just cannot get along. It's like, damn, like nobody's mad at
Juju needs to come on up.
Everybody else is talking shit in the chat or whatever, and then she's just like, Juju, provide. You guys are just awful.
I can talk about Jagon Molu. He has just been saying, which we're trying to
say nothing about Giacomo. You just went after Juju for like 30 damn minutes. Like,
no, but she's cool. What's wrong with me just showing, some affection to a sister? Like,
that's not affection. That's affection. You see, this is why we don't marry these women, yo. Like, what? That's affection, yo. Yo, she's just going after this lady like, damn.
What you all do? You just go at each other's throats. Women.
That's what we talking about. You the only one going after, like, damn, yo, Juju, you sound like you one of them dramatic ass. Like, what the fuck?
No. And not in a bad way. But you see, hot women attract drama. Like, there's no way. Like, she can just be
hot women
minding her own business, and she'll just be attracting drama. She's like, oh no, I was just sitting here drinking.
Ted, are you high?
And,
Ted, are you high?
Saying all this stuff to me.
No, she's high as a kite, man. Ted is like on an airplane right now. Like, what the fuck?
I was watching another show and the guy said something. He said there's no such thing as choosing properly, because sometimes you could have chose you because I forgot. I don't know if you guys know the
Who
lead
is this
attorney.
guy? Who cares? Who
No, no, no.
cares? There
What do you
is
mean?
such
Who
a thing
cares?
as
What do you?
choosing properly. Yes, there
Let
is. Some
him
No, there
marriages
isn't.
let him
last.
No, there
Some
isn't
let
because
marriages
you
him
could have
last.
let him make his point first.
you could have chose what you thought was the right person for 10 years, and in year 11 they
And it
just
was
dumped
right
you.
for that 10 years. That's what it is. That's all it is.
What?
She
It's
gets
just
your
over and
money.
over
It's
again.
not listen,
Come on.
it's not right if it doesn't last to the point of death. That's the
Thank you,
whole
Not
till death do you
everything
part.
lasts to the
thank you,
point of death.
thank
Stop
you,
it.
That's
thank
that's
you.
the vows you take though, till death do you part.
But who
So
who
don't
brought
get
that up?
married. So don't get married. Don't
Who
don't
brought
try
that
to
up?
force Negroes to get married.
Listen, things happen in
Things
relationship.
happen. Things
People
happen. Yeah, because y'all so
no,
y'all
Azuli, come
so
on.
unstable.
You
All y'all
have
want to do
no,
is
stop
y'all
it.
That
beg for the
sunset clause happens.
y'all beg for the
No,
ring, and then
That
y'all
listen.
think you're gonna.
sunset clause happens.
Listen, whether it's the sunset clause that happen or things happen just randomly, okay, in relationships, people are
Yeah,
people,
yeah, yeah,
and that's
yeah.
what I was trying to say. The
How
human
about we don't
us
marry y'all and keep it
us
G?
as human beings, we are very very complex people. Okay,
Stay
a
on
Okay,
man.
it.
okay,
Hold
okay.
on,
We are
hold
complex.
on.
Let's keep the
Can I
court out of it.
finish?
So when we f up, you just go your way, I go my way.
Can
Let's
I
do
Stay
that.
finish,
property.
please? Can I finish? Please let me finish. Don't cut
I
me
always
off.
want to finish.
Yes, I always want to finish.
They always want to finish. Like, come on, let's watch the game right now.
But let me finish, please. No, but seriously though, if you go into something, you're gonna go in with a positive mind. You're not looking at the mindset to say, okay, this is only gonna last 5 years or 10 years or whatever. But God forbid if it does, then that's what it is. You sum it up and like what homeboy said, go get another family. Isn't that what he said?
No,
When
no,
they
no, no,
found
no,
out,
no,
go
no,
get
no. I'm
another
gonna help. I'm
family.
gonna
Have
help
my
the
money.
situation. I'm gonna help the situation. I'm not gonna let the court dictate. We could do like you said. I agree. You know, you're right. We are complex. We are hold on. We are complex. We are crazy. Let's do it without the court. When it is not working, you go my way, I go my way. Let's do it like that. Without the court putting a chain in somebody's leg. Talk about you gotta pay in front of that person. Oh, you gotta take my kids away from me. I can't see them.
But you
How about
see,
we do
that's
that?
just it. You know how many couples I've known who's gotten a divorce and it was amicable? Amicable. It was fine. Okay, I have Susie this day. You have Brandon this day. I'll pay you this amount. You get that amount. Boom, that's it. The courts wasn't involved. So it's
So
up to you.
I
Hold
mean, the court
on.
wasn't
that's
involved.
you
Let
have
me
to realize
finish.
like that's
Y'all
the
like
equivalent.
cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Stop. Let me finish. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know
You
it was a
want to do
Yona
the same
show.
thing you said at the beginning. The same shit. Shut up.
No. Listen. When I'm speaking it, yeah, I'm it's my show. So because I'm talking. I don't like it. Don't do that. I don't like it when y'all cut me off. I try not to cut you guys off as much as I can.
You cut me off all
Okay.
the time.
Oni, stop. Okay. But anyway, what happens is when you decide that you're gonna get a divorce, just like how you decide you're gonna get married, it has to be both of you deciding that. You can also decide that, listen, we're not gonna get the courts involved, right? We're gonna do this as quick as possible. You're going to agree to this. You're going to agree to that. When the courts get involved is when this person is just like, no, I'm not agreeing to this. And they're just hell bent on that. So you got to know who you marrying. There's a lot of people who had divorces and it was not in courts. They worked it out on their own. Okay. I know a lot of people who have kids. I'm sorry. Yeah. Children outside of wedlock. They didn't go to court for no child support or nothing. They paid them the child support here every week, here. There's no court involved, so it's on you. And that's why I keep telling people, what are you doing? We as Black people, we keep looking at other people's relationship. We need to look at our own. And I respect you, Azuli, for what you're saying, that you don't want the white man or any other man involved in your marriage or in your relationship. That is honorable and it's a beautiful thing. But at the end of the day, you need certain paperwork to make sure that it's sealed and concrete that you're going to take care of your family. God forbid you die or she die or something happened to the children or whatever have you. And that's it. It's what you are doing. You, not your friend, not the white man, and not
No,
anybody
no,
else.
stop it.
You.
Stop it. Stop it.
My
Please stop, Yona.
I do have one big problem with that and I'd mentioned it earlier, but what you're suggesting is essentially the man and female equivalent of like what I said earlier was like handing a child a gun and expecting them not to shoot it when you tell them not to. that that's the thing. Like, you can agree to these things, but and you may not like this, but it's kind of true. Like, what a woman says is very subjective to how she feels at the time. If she's not feeling it, she doesn't have to be amicable, even if you agreed to be. And women's feelings change very, very often. That's the
Okay,
problem.
okay, and what about men? Men's feelings don't change ever, huh?
What in the
See,
fuck is
see, see,
feelings?
see,
What
see,
is
this is
that?
what hold on, this is what she does. You see what the brother just
Men's
said?
feelings don't change, huh?
Instead
They
of
want to
saying,
marry they want to
instead,
marry Tina today, and then 2 years from now they see the cute pretty Tanya, who
yeah,
works
Now
in
we
so
the office.
allow
yeah,
men
They
to
go
be
across
men.
the
change
street and
way.
Allow
go
men
have
to be
sex with
men.
her.
We are supposed to have more than one woman. Allow men to be
Okay.
men.
There you go. There you
Allow
go.
men to be
So
men. That's what you need to do.
Okay.
here's the
Okay,
thing.
Zuli.
If
All
you
right.
agree to be
Allow men to
monogamous,
be
then you
men.
should be. If you agree to be monogamous, then you should be monogamous. That's I'm very big on, like, cheating is basically defined by, like, what
Yeah,
the
and so
couple at the
most men
time.
don't change their minds on that.
If you agree to it, then you're cheating, which is what I just said. If you said we're going to be monogamous in the beginning, and then he decided he wanted to add to another woman, then that's cheating. But I also will note, most men, if he's going to, like, he and this is just like kind of a difference between men and women cheating. It's both wrong. I'm not going to say it's right in any sense, because it's not. In no sense is it right, because it's basically you're putting another person at risk. You know, like, who wants to find out that somebody else's herpes was brought to their mouth from via their husband or wife,
Well, you're a
right?
good man. Many
But
men don't think like that.
here's the thing, like, where when a woman cheats, it's basically because she can't leave the man she's with for whatever reason. He's got money, or the situation is better for her kids, and she actually has a conscience, or the way somebody's going to look at her, or her family's going to look at her because they have a good relationship with her husband, XYZ, or whatever. If a man is going to cheat, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to leave you. It's still wrong. It's still a violation of the commitment you made. But at the same time, and like, men on their worst day, what they do is they attempt to form a harem. Like, you're number one, you're the bottom, and then these are just hoes I mess with on the side. Still wrong. Not saying it's right.
What I'm saying is, men are. I say it's a God-given right for men to have more than one woman. But let me finish. But what I mean is this: a man, most men are monogamous because they are forced to, not because they want to. So what I'm saying is, it's the men's nature to want more than one woman. And the thing, what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about you have a wife here and then you going on the street having sex with all these women. I'm saying that if a man wants to have relations, a meaningful relations with more than one woman, there's nothing wrong with that. But the society has programmed men to believe that, oh, I only want one woman. Oh, please. Even the most faithful guy be thinking about, oh, damn, I would want to have another woman in my life. So
Not all. I
I'm
won't
not
say
saying
that's
not
universal.
I'm not saying not all, but I believe the majority of men want more than one woman. And I'm not saying for men to have a wife and then to go slut out other women. That I don't agree with. I'm just saying, if a man wants to have more than one woman, he should. Not he should. It's his given right.
So my only thing, and this is like my happy interjection with that, it's like, if you agreed to if you were transparent from the beginning, then I don't care. Go ahead. But if you just, like, changed your mind later on because XYZ or whatever, that's where I have a problem, because then you're violating commitments you made. If you're, like, transparent and upfront about it, though, like at the beginning, yeah, go ahead.
Sankara, but let's just be honest though. Like, if you are honest at the beginning, no woman is going to agree to that arrangement. Your
No
chances of,
woman in America.
huh?
Some of them will.
Are you really think so?
I think some of them will. Like the reality
Yeah,
of
I
it
mean,
is,
like, look at that, bro. Look at that guy, Polite. What are you talking about? But even so, like, yeah, outside of America, they would.
even in
Um,
America, like women
but
will
yeah, in
basically
America, yeah,
in my
Polite and them,
hometown.
yeah. There's a lot of guys can get polygamous relationships pretty easily.
They
Um,
choose. Here's the thing: a lot of them will choose it on their own. And like I know two brothers. Both of them dealt drugs or whatever. One of them has 9 kids with 8 baby mamas, and the other one has 7 kids with 8. Wait, no, it's
That's
yeah,
terrible.
8 kids with
Wow.
7 baby mamas. They basically are like neck and neck, and then I don't really count the other one because the mom was like, she was like native, she wasn't black or whatever. Like, but basically, like he's basically like knocked up like I don't know half the women in the town that I'm like from or whatever, and they chose this willingly.
Is he taking care of them?
No, they actually did take care of them. Both of them did.
you said no, but yeah. But yeah. I
Literally
mean,
drove from Texas to like this state over to change a tire for like one of his kids. Like they actually take care of him.
yeah, that's the thing. Like realistically, sure, realistically, it is doable. It is possible. It's not unfeasible. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that I would personally do it, but I'm not saying I wouldn't either. You know what I'm saying?
I'm fine
Okay.
with it as long as people are transparent. I don't like the idea of like deception to get what you want and then violating a commitment that you made. Like that's. But if you're
But
upfront,
the thing,
I'm very libertarian. Go ahead and do what you want.
playing devil's advocate, even if a man never never agreed to monogamy, men don't look at it that way. Men don't look at sex as destroying the family. Most men don't don't look at sex as, oh, because I had sex with this, even though I'm married to Shorty, if I had sex with Shorty B of it, they don't look at it as the destruction, as they destroying their family.
Well,
Because
yeah,
to
like
them, because to
no,
them, they still committed to the family. That's just sex.
well, yeah, like even I said earlier that like where a woman will just like cheat, like a man will just like leave, and I mean this in the sense that like if a man just cheats on you, like he's probably still not gonna leave you. If he could stay and just like have another woman on the side or whatever, he probably would. But at the same time, it's like it is like a violation of a commitment you made. My only thing is like transparency. Like
Ah,
if
you man,
polygamy is your
you
thing,
man, you're not you're hearing all of this right
But
now.
what if you love your woman and you want another woman, and the woman you love says she doesn't want that.
Yeah. So let me say this
But
though.
if
then
I
you
you
know.
love
just
your
don't have
woman, why
another
would
No,
woman.
no,
you
no, no,
want
no, no,
another
no.
woman? I'm just
What?
asking. If you love your woman, why would you want another woman?
So let me
Okay,
say
Fatty.
this. Let me
Tan,
say this.
Tan, go hold up, Tan, go sniff on that line of you were sniffing on before.
Right? Tammy smoking. But look, what I can say is this.
It
I
makes
sometimes
sense.
I was talking to some sister and I was telling her, whatever, right? And she's like, "Hey, I'm cool with you having sex with other women as long as you don't love them." And I'm like, "What?" But like for real, like some women do have in their mind that sex is not love for men. Or that they believe, or some women have the mindset that, yeah, men are just biologically different from women, and that how women view sex is not the same way that men view sex. And and that woman was actually Christian, but a lot of the Muslim women that you might talk to, they are of the opinion that, yeah, men are, they're of the opinion that men may grow out of their sexual activities, right? But that at certain age, which could be, even my age, but at a certain age, they are they want more than one woman. Now they may settle for one, they may grow into selling for one woman, but a lot of women are looking at men like, you know what, we actually are biologically different. And I think the mindset that some of us on the panel are coming at, well, not the men actually, but some of the women are coming at, is this idea that men and women look at sex the same way, or men and women look at love the same way. So, like what Tan was asking, hey, how could you love a woman and then sleep with another woman? And it's like, well, what if I just wanted to have sex with another woman? It's like if I'm married to, like, I remember when I was working somewhere and I was like, oh, I shouldn't look at this woman because I'm married. And then this older black woman told me, you're married, you're not dead, you know. And then I think the last part I would say is, you know, just to go back onto the marriage subject, you know, the question has always been, what food makes it so that a woman does not want to have sex anymore? And the answer is a wedding cake.
You know, it's funny. I've
Oh boy.
I've heard that like a lot from married men. It was like one of two things.
Shit.
Like either they pretty much like put a ring on it or they got her pregnant, and then like pretty much not even like a year after, basically sex only came when she wanted like something, and she basically just like used
Shit.
it like as like a bargaining chip in the relationship. And it's like
Yeah. Shit. Look,
that's
I can tell
most
y'all.
married men I've met.
Look here. I was in high school. My teacher, government class. He was a Jew. Okay. He, I was in the gifted class, so I didn't hear him talking about his personal woes. But when he wasn't in the, when it was the non-gifted class, let's say, right? He would just like he wouldn't teach. He would just talk about his problems. And so what he was saying was that he and his wife had a calendar where he can have sex. Like he had to put on the calendar. And they were clowning him like, man, you're such a loser. You have a calendar. Now, when I got married, I was like, damn, I wish I had a calendar. Because like, shit, this woman would not put out. So, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, the wedding cake shit, like stopping a woman from having sex, like that's another thing. It's like if a woman wants to get the ring on you, she will put the thing on you. But after she gets the ring, nah. She's just like,
Really?
what I need to, what I like the, and but like, look, it goes two ways though. All right, I'll say it goes two ways in the sense of this. One of the issues that, because once upon a time I was studying seduction, if you will, right? And one of the things that I thought was pretty insightful was that someone pointed out that after a person gets into a relationship, like after you get a boyfriend, girlfriend, people stop dating, you know, or they basically get out of the honeymoon phase and they get into this, you know, this little pattern or what have you, right? But they basically stop dating, stop trying to surprise, stop trying to whatever, and that actually does cause that sort of those sort of problems, whether they're marital, whether they're relationship, those actually do cause the problems. But so it's not just on the women, it's not just on the men, but like yeah, women would but like of course, you know, that really does relate back to how a lot of us do not learn how to date. We don't learn how to maintain marriages and so on and so forth. We don't
I was
have
just
those
about
sort
to
of
say that.
big expectations. And so so like yeah, I could say that in my marriage I wasn't, like she wasn't great, I wasn't great. I could say that, right? But I could say that yeah, the sex fountain completely stopped, you know. Well, not completely, but you know, it was like I said in the chat, man. I could have used the calendar. You know what I mean? Because it was wild.
To piggyback off of what you just said, Oni,
Hey, you let me
is
finish? That's wild.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, I'm saying I'm just surprised that you did let me finish. I'm just like, what? That's
Oh,
amazing.
oh, stop it. Stop
Shit,
it.
I didn't know you can let me finish. That's nice. Shit, I might have to keep my eyes on you.
Anything for you. Anything for you. But I wanted to piggyback off of what you're saying. Is very true. A lot of the times in our culture, unfortunately, the elders don't pass that wisdom down to us how to maintain a healthy marriage once you do get married. You know, it's very, I don't know, it's just really sad and kind of just pathetic and lazy that they don't do this to us. But I can remember back home, when my cousin was getting married in Jamaica, like the women them they get together and they like, listen, this is how you keep your man, this is how you take care of your front, this is how you know, you do this and you do that. But when they came here to America and I was getting married, they didn't tell me nothing. And I'm just like, wait a minute. I'm supposed to figure this out on my own. And I had to go and talk to my cousins and other friends and whatever, because my mother, unfortunately, she wasn't, she claimed she didn't have time to tell me all that or whatever. But I can remember in a better times being back home. I guess it's because it's a different, I don't know. America is just different. And they teach you how to do all of that. Juju laughing. No, I'm telling you, Juju, they was like, listen, this is the herbs you use for tighten your punny for your man. This is the food you cook to
Interacted.
make sure in belly full. This is what you do. This is what you don't do. And they was
That's
telling,
why I
I
said
mean,
let's go to Jamaica and get some. That's
you
what I'm
know
saying.
what?
About to get some.
Only stop.
What is that? Skin up, punani, skin.
Oh Lord, Lord, Lord. But yeah, they don't pass down a lot of these things to us, and the men too. Where all these elders that are men teaching the men, like, okay, you're gonna see women, and there's a lot of beautiful women, but they're just eye candy or whatever men say to other men who are married or getting married, and it's like you
See
just
what
go into it on your own,
see
and
what
you
you're
just
doing. See what you're doing, and this is a lie. A lot of older men pass on the thing to the men. What do you get what do you think they get the line happy life, happy wife from? The men pass that bullshit on, and a lot of time, what the majority of fathers tell you, if you get your go to school, get your bread up, and then get a woman. They do the majority of the time. But like I tell you, most men subconsciously they don't think having another woman is an issue. So most
Well,
men would
look,
not tell. So most men would not tell their son, "Oh, if you see a pretty girl, what are you talking about?" They might tell you, "Don't mess up your marriage for a floozy." So stop saying that men don't tell each other that. Son, pass
look.
on the message.
No. So what she's talking about, the depth of relationship advice is not there. You know what I mean? That the depth of relationship advice is not there, and particularly like I'm looking at this book. What's it? Oh, Kunyaza. Okay, Kunyaza is a nice book. It's the secret to the female orgasm, right, ladies? You guys know what I'm talking about. But basically, it's like a Rwandan technique
We don't
that
care
is.
about the female. We don't care about the female orgasm. Her orgasm does not bring child. Mine is the only thing that matters. Shut up.
he's still talking about that. Oh my God, this is
All right. Well, I
lazy.
mean, can't argue with that, I guess. But what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, and like Rwanda, the men would be like they would be schooled in like providing the female orgasm, in a sense, like a happy woman. But uh, like Azuli was saying, a lot of guys don't really like. So a lot of women, what I really find in America is a lot of women are sexually frustrated. You know, not with me,
Big
obviously, but
facts, facts,
but
facts.
exactly, that's the biggest fact. Not with me, but but Jogan, I actually did go to jail for that, for being a proud African porn star, but that's another story. But anyway, but everybody's like, what? Anyway, but yeah, a lot of women are sexually frustrated, like almost like 9 times out of 10. So a lot of times they don't even feel it's worth entertaining a guy unless unless she's like certain. Some women, in fact, I'll say this. Like for instance, I was telling this to one of my American colleagues, and she was like, if you really want a woman, you should just get an OnlyFans, right? And because then she'll at least know you can throw it down. You know what I mean? Whereas right now, it's like, if you don't have an OnlyFans, if you don't have a record, if you don't have evidence, she's kind of
Bro,
like,
stop your degeneracy over here, man. Who
no, I don't
cares?
have a, I don't have OnlyFans. I'm just saying that that's what a
Why are
woman
you
told
telling?
me.
Why are you telling me? Why are you telling people? Oh, what women want to tell? What are you talking about, man? And oh
Talking about
yeah,
American women.
what you said?
We talking about American women.
Well, why are you saying? Oh, the woman is saying that she doesn't want to get because you know why? Stop being a whore for the street. Find a man and teach him how to please you. Don't keep going around and opening your front for everybody. Most men don't
That's what
care.
I'm saying. These women are not even open. They're like literally closing themselves off from men. They're closing themselves off from men because they're like, anytime I lay down with a man, it's wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And and he rolls over and falls asleep.
Because their orgasm don't matter. That's why.
Exactly. So if a man has
Azuli.
that mindset, she's not trying to get with a man like that.
Exactly.
I think I was
No,
really
no,
just
but the difference is the difference in reality. The orgasm don't matter. The
no,
man's
bro. But it
orgasm
matters to
matters.
her, man. It matters to her.
It matters to her. So tell her keep chasing the first hit like a crackhead. See how her body count goes up.
It's what? No, she's closing herself off. You understand? But that's the whole point, dude. It's like if a woman wants to like she wants to get in a relationship to because like let's say her hormones are acting up. She wants to get in a relationship. She wants to have fun. She wants to have good sex. She wants to feel good. And then the guys are like, man, your orgasm don't mean shit to me. You know what I mean? Like they feel then all of a sudden they feel like a cum dumpster or something. You know what I mean? And in that sense, it's like she doesn't want to pursue that.
Take it up. Take it up to the Lord. Take it up to the Lord. Don't take it up with me. I'm just here as a man. Get out my face with that. Stop it.
All right, boss, that's on you, man. But that's on you.
But I know you only you want to please them. So do your thing.
I can't help but please them. You know what I'm saying? It's the motion of the ocean and the and the size of the now.
Oh Lord, help
If
us.
we learned anything today,
Oh Lord, help us, Tan.
from Jagun Molu, welcome. It's the first time seeing you here, but you're more than welcome.
Bawana, what kind of question is that? You asked it Azuli.
What question?
Look at
No,
what he asked
but
Azuli.
yeah, man, that's too personal.
Bawana. Yo. These men are Ota Ada men.
Oh,
What?
everyone is on the attack path. Koku is saying, no, that's on women too. Why men need to keep winning you over? We have stuff to do. So, yeah. So for the women listening later, the this is the harsh reality. Shout out to Harsh Reality Podcast. Yeah. So, men have things to do than just to keep satisfying you over there, looking for that elusive, spot. And
Hold on a
apparently,
second. I'm so confused. Why is Jagan Molu? Why doesn't he? Why does he think? Why does he think orgasms are a luxury? I don't understand that. Like what? But y'all think orgasms are a luxury and like what? Like what is wrong? Y'all, how are we pathetic?
it's
We
also,
are pathetic because we're talking about orgasms. Like orgasms are a really important part of the human condition. You know.
Yes, a good sex life. I will agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, a
100%.
part of your chemical makeup, the natural release of dopamine, is related to your orgasmic, your sexual life. A lot of the problems that people have right now, a lot of the social problems we have are linked to our lackluster sexual lives,
That's a
because like
fact.
even if you like hear me in Africa versus me, when I'm not necessarily so busy, you
yeah,
know
that's why
um,
I'm saying that this is livestock talk because do you know when even the whole idea of female pleasure was found in the Western canon? It was not until, well, somebody can look it up and do all that research. I don't have it on hand, but I think it was maybe in 19th or 20th century. I can't remember. But that's when people discovered, oh, women are not just for bearing babies. They actually can take some pleasure out of it. But in the meantime, what were the men doing? They were out there just, doing all kinds of.
white men, not all men. That's just white men. Everybody knows
That's
about
what I'm
sexual.
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So when Azuli says that, the female orgasm, it's not that it's not important, though. I disagree with Azuli on that one. Why would you convince, why would a woman do it if it wasn't any, if she didn't get anything out of it, the same thing as a man. But at the same time, it should not be, the ultimate thing in life. Life is more, about producing the next generation and taking care of it than how much, joy and pleasure you get from it. That's why when you all were talking about, divorce, some of the times that women divorce is just, oh, I wasn't happy. And just that, oh, it's just from a feeling, not because the man is bad or anything. It's just, maybe she's bored or she's not happy. So this whole idea of basing things on just feelings and pleasure, and is very hedonistic and very, Western and materialistic. So,
I've yet to hear about Tan's husband, but okay.
oh my goodness, Oni, just listen to what I'm saying. So this whole idea of pleasure, yes, pleasure is good, it's great, and all of that stuff, and that's why it's there, so that it's not a painful procedure. But at the same time, it should not be just for pleasure. There's other things to be considered about. And then once that pleasure, what are the results? Like we talked about, people can say, oh, we have these complaints of women have attitudes, men, and as you said, are lazy and careless. And then at the same time, but if that was just it, that would be the end of it. But there's also children involved, and when children are involved, then you can't just be lazy and careless and what are women, and have an attitude and try to use the children to against the man, or try to abandon your children instead of being the father that that you are. So it's just that there's more important things than just sexual pleasure. That's good.
Yeah, Tanzan, there are more important things than sexual pleasure. Yes. However,
Uh-huh.
if a person is not having good sex, they are probably going to be unhappy. And if they're unhappy, it's going to impact all the other things about their life.
Very much
Okay?
so. I
So
agree.
essentially you're saying, "Hey man, fuck your depression. We'll look after these kids." Okay. Well, a depressed person looking after kids is going to create a bad condition for their family regardless. So the idea that sex is not important is like saying the chemistry of a person's mind is not important. We are chemical beings. We are hormonal beings. Like the brother was saying, we're simple. Like the sister was saying, we're complex. We're fucking chemistry. Okay, and a part of that chemistry is related to our sexual well-being. I don't know
Six
why this
six
guy
six.
Molu, what
You
was
only
that?
stop the bullshit, okay?
Six six
Yoni,
six.
Yona
Because
and Oli.
all this thing you're talking about. How about the you think let's go with what you're saying. If that's the case, if that's true, that if a woman is deprived of her orgasm or whatever, she's not gonna be. They, according to statistics, they say over 70% of women don't climax. So are
In
you
America,
saying,
yeah.
yeah? So are you saying 70% of women are depressed because of that? Are killing their babies? What are you talking about?
I
Bro,
think so. One
we just
hundred
said
percent.
70% ain't happy.
No, listen. It's not
Girl, be
just that.
quiet. Yeah, just some sexual deviant
No,
shit.
Zuli. No,
How is it
listen.
devious to have sex, my guy? What are you talking about?
But hold
It's
on,
not
honey.
deviant to have sex. It's deviant when you are trying to chase. It's just like a crackhead. They trying to chase that high that they that to, when you chase sex, when you chase fleshly pleasure, when you chase fleshly pleasure.
Who said you
Oh,
chasing it, my guy? All you got to do
what
is
do you
just
think?
dip your
What
dick
do you
in a
think sex
woman.
is?
What are you
What do you
talking
think
about?
sex is?
Wow.
Bro, what are you talking about? All you got to
Okay.
do is lay down with the lady and please her, or she pleases you. Like,
Look
what
at
are you
this Tim
fucking,
talk and please her. Shut your ass up. That's what
No,
you
but
bro?
think.
all
Me,
All
shut
right,
your
bro.
shut
Tell me this,
shut up.
bro. Tell me this. You with a woman, right? And she can't get you the orgasm, right? And then you go with her again, and she can't get you the orgasm, right? Are you going to her a third time?
Yo, bro, a
I'm
woman
asking
doesn't
you.
get. Let me answer the question. A brother's bro, a
But
woman
first,
doesn't
you
get me to orgasm.
don't
A girl don't get me. I'm an orgasm regardless.
What are you talking about, my guy?
So I
What are
don't know
you
what
going
you
orgasm
talking
regardless?
about.
What are you
I don't
talking
know
about?
what you talking. I don't know what you talking about. Talk about a woman. A woman doesn't need me to. I'm if I'm laying in the, if I'm in there, I'm an orgasm regardless. I don't know about her, but I'm good.
damn, you
No, bro,
must
that's what
you
I'm
must
saying. But
have the wind
what if
blow
you
on
did
you,
it?
Zuli. Zuli, you must have the wind blow on you and you just let it go, huh? Like you sound
My
like
man's just gonna start stroking his dick. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, my guy, like,
What I'm trying to tell you is this, and we laughing and joking. In all reality, and I'm not trying to be trying to down. In reality, the men's climax is the more important thing because the men climax carries on life. If a woman doesn't orgasm, whether or not she orgasm when we have sex, that doesn't determine if life is reborn. So maybe subconsciously, that's what men are thinking. So that's why maybe they don't take their time to give the woman her pleasure. But physiologically, her orgasm doesn't really matter when it comes to carrying on life. And maybe when you're married to a man and the man care about you, yeah, he is gonna take his time to trying to get you that. But if you thinking a man you meet on Sunday and then you have sex with him on Tuesday, it's gonna be no. You guys are built different. Women are built different. Stay in your biological order. Get a man and have that man please you. Don't try to be like us. Because like this, I don't know what Oni talking about. Oh,
Yeah,
if a
have a
man
man please you. What are you
if a
talking about? You
woman
just said
can't
the same
please me,
thing.
a woman. Oh, I don't. Oh, I'm gonna climax regardless.
All right, good for you, my guy. All right, but all
So
right,
that's
let's
what.
say, all
And
right, let's say
most
you
men,
climax one time. Let's say you climax one time. Then what? And you want to climax twice.
bro, the women are
I'm
not gonna
saying, man,
be
I don't even
okay.
know what you. I don't
I'm
even know,
about to tell
like
you. I'm
you ain't even
about to
doing
tell
that
you.
rock star shit, man. I don't even know what you're talking about. All right, I'll
I'm,
tell y'all this. Let's talk about my sex life.
no,
I'm
we
messing
don't
with
want
this
to talk. No,
woman.
no, 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 no.
We
We
don't
don't
want
want
to
to talk
talk
about yourself.
about your sex life. No.
We know you're a 5 degree degenerate. We don't
5
want.
fucking degrees. No, four. I'm four. My man Juana got the 5 star.
What I'm trying to tell you, Oni, is this: most men don't need women to bring them to orgasm. That's stop the bullshit. As long as my structure's in there, I'm good. Most men
Really,
are good.
Zuli?
Yeah, but look, all right, but look. What about
Zuli.
recreational sex with your woman? You saying that because you're like there's procreational sex and then there's recreational sex. Okay? Now
Yeah.
the question is the recreational sex fun for her? Because if it's not, and if you're saying that the reason why you need to have your orgasm is because it's procreational, right? Then why is she having recreational sex with you?
Yeah. Maybe she shouldn't. So tell.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden you are not feeling good neither.
No, no, no. I'm gonna feel because I'm gonna get mine regardless.
How you
Okay,
gonna get
but
yours? You gonna get
wait,
yours from
hold
somebody
on.
else?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. First of all, both of you guys are making some points. Okay. Now, with Oni, what Oni I'm getting from what Oni is saying is if you look at the woman's reproductive um system and how it works pertaining to emotions and everything, right? Is that connection, is that one-on-one feeling, like what he said, once you climax or whatever, you look good, you feel good, there's no depression, there's, you're a better mom, you're a better person, you're a better woman. I see it. A lot of women out here, I'm sorry to say it, sis, y'all ain't be getting D down and y'all be having the stinkest attitude, the nastiest. You could tell the ones who ain't got no man. Okay? You could tell the ones who ain't got no man. For sure. You could tell the sisters who ain't got nothing. Dry, 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 dry. You can tell. So that emotional connection, that emotional touching and whatever, you have to also understand, like what, excuse me, Oni was saying with the woman, the recreational sex and the procreational sex. We as women, our cycle is 28, 26, whatever days. So that recreational sex is on point. Okay, that procreation sex is only specific times of the month that we could really 100% get pregnant when we're ovulating. So us as women, we have more recreational sex than we do with the procreational sex. Even though if you're a woman, yes, you can get pregnant anytime, but there's certain times of the month where you definitely can get pregnant. So to have a good sex life is really important, Azuli, for your woman and not just for you, because it keeps her happy, keeps you happy, keeps everybody happy. And I know, like what you were saying, oh, happy wife, happy whatever, that does make certain sense to it because we as women, we are chaotic by nature. I'm not going to lie. It's just how it is. So when you're having that good sex, it does keep you a little balanced. I'm not gonna lie, it really, really does. So what Oni was saying makes some sense. And what you're saying also too, Azuli, makes sense too, that yeah, you a man, you just want to get your rocks off and keep it moving. Then you do that. Get your rocks off and keep it moving. But it takes two. You gotta look at your woman too to please your woman, Azuli. You gotta come out of that for sure.
All right. I guess Oni is in there with you know, Jagun Molum. But when it comes to what is a woman supposed to do to be a good woman when when it comes to marriage, right? So I think that at the very least, you're not supposed to just leave it because somebody did something wrong. I think that the divorce should be something that is the last final result. You're not supposed to be get on your high horse and say, oh, it's just about emotions, and then you're out of there. The same way that a man should not just say, oh, I can't get along with the mother of my children, and just leave the children. You're saying that your comfort is more important than your children. And for women, I think that the best you can do for children is be married before you have children. That's the main thing. Things may not work out. You can't force people to be something that they're not, but at least you gave it a good try. Now, if you just have children outside of wedlock, yeah, things happen and so on and so forth, but you're really, you know, crippling your child in the next life. At least, you should say that, yeah, sometimes things don't happen and we have to separate, but just starting out, just not caring about it, I still believe that children have a right to have both parents as much as, they can. Yeah, yeah. Um, so, does anybody have something to add?
Me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, I've kind of just been like letting y'all talk about this for a while. I didn't want to,
You can speak at any
I
time.
guess I could have just like
Go
rambled on about like the female orgasm, but you know,
Okay, that got
it,
me
it seems to
completely off
be that you
guard.
guys reached the consensus that it's good, but not on a worldly scale, not necessary. So
Okay,
uh,
rumble on whatever you wish to. Go ahead. Okay, and we can change the topic now. I guess Coco said the subject of the female orgasm is tired. So yes, speak your mind. Go ahead.
me speak my mind. I mean, at
Yeah, on
some
anything. Look, this is a free for all today. I didn't have any, set program. So, and I'm sorry to everyone that I didn't. I suppose control it as I should have. But today was just a conversation. Sometimes I just imagine people in a room. If two people decide to have a conversation, they can, and we can listen, and then sometimes we can get it back. But we just want to figure out like why. For me, it's not even about the gender wars. It's that why is it right now erupting at this time when you think that human civilization have figured out not just how men and women should live together, but how the people build communities
It's
and
only
I
erupting now
feel
because
like it's
hold up, give real quick. It's only erupting now because men are speaking. Men's been quiet for the past 20 years and letting y'all run the show. I'm only talking about black men. I don't know about other men.
really
Well,
in general, probably longer than 20 years, honestly. It
yeah,
just
yeah,
got
yeah.
like unbearable in the past. I'll say really since the Berlin Wall fell. So like what, 92, 93 is about
Yeah.
when it got really unbearable with the whole law thing. Um, at least as far as like, that goes, like I feel like ultimately this is kind of just a product of a dying empire. Like, does like, America still have like power per se? Yeah, over people that aren't necessarily as far along as others, like, sure, but like um it seems to be, and maybe this is just like kind of one of the things I've kind of like observed, like towards the end of like, a civilization, people tend to get very decadent and degenerate. Um and like I'll say the structure of like, what people understand to be family seems to be questioned. Like when you look at like, the Weimar Republic, like a lot of them lived very decadent and degenerate lives. towards the end. But this is, hence like right before the whole World War I and Treaty of Versailles and yada yada yada. But at least as far as like why the gender war happened, that's probably like that's really what I chuck it up to, if that makes any sense. If we're talking about like what it takes to be a quote unquote good woman, like my standards are, I don't know, the bar has been low, like it's been brought so low, honestly. Uh, it just realistically speaking, it's not wise to, but I'm just saying if I had to, right? Like I'd pretty much just like want a woman pretty much just do what I ask of you. Don't give me no lip. You're free to like question something or whatever, like or raise or give your opinion. I'm fine with that as well. Um, Sex when I want it, uh, and perhaps a number of kids, and at least as far as like the woman herself, preferably I find her attractive, decent values. Not on some weird woo woo, postmodern stuff. I know you guys know what I'm talking about when I say that.
No.
Just not on that crap or whatever. I don't want to like come home and find my kids like dressed in weird stuff or whatever, and like nobody wants that. Um, so I guess we just have like
Well,
decent values,
that's good.
and pretty much as low a body count as possible. If we could get that to zero, that'd be great.
That's not gonna
Here,
happen.
here in America,
Uh, I know that's a tall order. I know that's a tall order. But there was a time in this country where people didn't even want to be with you. Like, even if you were, like, say, the victim of sexual assault or whatever, like, if you weren't a virgin, dudes didn't want to be with you. Like, maybe
I
we
know a
need to kind
couple
of
of
reel
girls.
back, I'll say, maybe two steps in that direction. I'm not saying you all have to go everywhere, like all the way back, but we'll say a good two steps in that direction. Like, my goodness.
I know several girls who are virgins and they're doctors.
That's true. Bullshit.
Oh my god! Seriously, seriously, seriously! Come on,
Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one. Well timed.
they are. They're doctors. One
Yeah,
I
that
know for
was
sure.
hilarious, I
She's
have to say.
22, and the other one is oh, oh my god! You know what, Zulie? I'm not messing with you. But they're doctors.
you
Mhm.
said you said you said you said one truth and a lie, and the truth is they're doctors. The other one, we don't believe that shit.
She's a doctor, and the other one, she said she's a virgin. Also, she's very cute and shy. So I'm tending to believe her that she is a virgin. So I don't know. I, I don't know. But they have them
So,
out
so,
there.
so, so you mean to tell me the one that's a virgin? How old is she?
One is 22. The other one, I think she's like 24, 23. Yeah, beautiful black girls. They're
Mhm.
doctors.
No, 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 no. You don't tell us what's beautiful. We decide what's beautiful.
Moana, introduce her to Azuli. No, because Azuli don't care about her orgasm. So, no.
And why she care about an orgasm? She's a virgin. What she care about? So
Why not?
if she never received an orgasm in her life, she be
She
alright.
she's gonna she what? Oh my God! Let's not go back to that. But yes, I do know of several virgins.
No, you
Yes.
don't know shit. Stop. You don't know no virgin. Stop it.
My ex-wife was a virgin.
See,
That's what she told you.
stop, Azuli.
Nah, she was. Like I mean, unless you think she did the reconstructive surgery
He
in order
verified virgin
uh to
confirmation
not bleed,
society.
but yeah, she was a virgin.
See,
So
That's probably
you were
why
when
she
she
could.
was like
She could withhold
And you
sex
still
so
left
easily.
her. And you still left her.
Well, that's why, because she was like, "Hey, look, I wasn't sexual before I met you, so why should I be sexual now?" And I was like, "Shit."
First of all, don't. That's a L, Oni. If she's not, I don't understand what if she. So you're telling me because she was not sexually experienced, you left her?
No, it wasn't just that, but I mean that was part of it. Oh, not sexual experience, but like the sex
Oh
life
my,
was pretty bad. I'm not gonna hold you.
oh my. All right, all right. So now you became a body count. Now she probably got 15 bodies on her because she's trying to prove to the world that she could have sex. This guy
I don't
right
know how
here.
many bodies she has on her, but
Oh
I don't
my
actually know.
god. You
But yeah, I
terrible.
don't know what's the problem. I don't get it.
Oni, what I don't understand. What bugs my mind is what's
Yo,
this is the question I'm gonna ask.
Luana.
How what does a woman have to do to be I don't understand it. Like this guy said she was not sexually experienced, so I it was what the
No,
oh,
I said that we got it. I said she was a virgin when we married. Yeah, and then she also, you know, weaponized sex against me. Um but like yeah, there was like the reality is that like I said,
Oh, she kept it
you
from
need
you.
yeah, exactly. You need
Okay.
sex, you know, so it's not like sex is not a need. And then, you know, there was other things to it. Um, but like yeah, things were like it's not a question of whether or not you wanted bodies, you know, you wanted her to be more experienced, although it wouldn't have hurt. But like yeah, I mean, I me personally, yeah, an experienced woman is way better than like I had a virgin. An experienced woman is way better than a virgin. Like hands down.
So maybe this is just like, was she not cooperative?
I mean, there was a lot to it. I don't really want to personally go into it, but
Well,
like, yeah, the
yeah,
relationship
that's why I
wasn't
got
going to
like
work.
worded it that way. I didn't want you don't got to get into specifics. So I was just like, was she like?
I saw. Yeah, go ahead. And to let Oni off the hook, we have Dugu Sankara, Patrice Bishop in the house. And Juju just look, Oni, stop hating. You know, Juju is cool. We all cool. Yona B is cool. You
Who's
know,
Juju? I never said nothing about Juju.
you're talking all kinds of stuff in the comment sections. But you know, Juju says that New York women are masculine. Do you think that's true? I'll throw that to you. Oh, damn, we have
Nah, there's a lot of trannies
Stereotype.
though.
stage, but we have, as usual, the cheap version of Maximum Six. So if anybody wants to hop off, we'll let Jai hop on. So, but for now,
who?
let's
We're
go.
gonna let who hop on? Pause.
Ja,
Who?
Janzola.
Oh,
Azuli.
He's in charge, by the way. Today is a
so,
Zulu
so, so,
show.
so, so hold on.
I
So hold
hand
on. Ten.
over to him.
10. You want a guy to hop off, get also a man to hop on?
Oh,
Hey, yo, fire
You
for
hear
that.
him?
Fire for
Yo,
yeah.
that.
your mind is crazy. Stop.
Fire for that.
Um, if you
All
want,
right,
I
I'm gonna
can
jump
hop off.
off. I'm gonna go.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, okay. Sorry, I used the wrong words. Okay.
No, I'm gonna let Genzola come through.
Well, he just disappeared on us. So, Fiab one. What does that mean?
Yo, so Jen, you wanna hop on? Hey, yo, pause.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say. What am I supposed to say?
All right, all right. I'm gonna drop.
Okay, but drop back on.
Yeah, yeah, when somebody else leaves.
All right. Well,
All right.
Janzola, you have your slot, so come on up, and we'll hear from Sankara Patrice Bishop. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're asking about women in New York.
Yeah, apparently they're masculine. That's Juju's contention.
Mm,
Answer correctly.
yeah, I would say they're more masculine than many. I'd put it that way.
Indeed, I agree.
You agree, Yonabi?
Yeah, they are.
How are they just angry all the time?
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I ain't going. I'm not gonna hold you. Listen, it's I love my females, my black women, but you know what's crazy? It's not just the black women. It's women in general. It's women in general here. They're pretty masculine.
Yeah, New York is like a whole nother world or something like. I'm not a New York fan, I guess.
Never been, but I've been told it's basically like a rat colony.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I've heard that.
God. It's not
What?
that bad. It's not that bad.
Whoa.
My New York is not that bad, okay? We're not that bad. You still have some feminine women like myself, but for the most part, yes, it is indeed true. The women out here, they're very hard. Even like the tiniest 4 feet tall. I'm not very tall myself, but you got some short women, they will beat your ass, like for real. They're about
Yo,
that.
there's a lot of lesbians out here too. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yes.
Toronto, yo, I was at this bar one time. I'm sitting down. I see this lady. I get her number. All of a sudden, this other woman is like, "Hey, man, that's my girlfriend you talking to," and I'm like, "Okay," you know. And she's acting like she's about to beat my ass, and I'm like, first off, ain't no way you gonna beat my ass. So I continue talking to the lady, but the security decides to let me out for some reason. But it's like, yeah, there's a lot of lesbians. Like, and it's weird too because some of the lesbians got some nice taste, you know,
The
like the
lipstick
funny ones.
lesbians. Yeah, they get the
You said,
lipstick lesbians.
well, they get some thickums, you know. Like they be getting some women that you ain't no damn well you can't handle all that. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
But
a
yeah,
lot of the women are double dipping though, only. They're
yep.
by they go with the men and the women.
I don't know because I walked up to one sister and I was like blah blah blah. And she was like, "That's my one right there," and I was like, "Damn, okay." So like, I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know.
Were you intimidated by that
Intimidated by
experience?
a woman? Never. I'm not even intimidated by a man. I tell you, I beat the shit out of a dude easy. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
you're
what
not
these
going to
dudes
be
come out
fighting a
talking shit
lesbian
about me.
in public.
Wait, would I be fighting a woman? Why would a woman fight me? Women, women don't know woman in her mind thinking she's gonna fight me.
Yeah,
I mean,
but don't
if
see
a
you.
woman attacks me, I will restrain her. I'm not gonna be deucing up with a
Okay,
woman,
so
obviously.
did you proceed or did you retreat in that situation you're speaking about?
Oh no! Look, if a woman rejects you, I'm not like if a woman if a woman rejects me, I'm not gonna pursue her. Nah.
Yeah, yeah, but in the situation you're describing, it's did she reject you or did somebody do an interference?
You talking about the woman but the woman who I got her number. I got her number. But the other woman, like the other woman that I could think of, I mean, the woman I got the number of, she wasn't all that bad. But the women that I could think of, some of them are like, you know, like because you can't tell with women, so you might see two women and you think they're just friends, but then they're like intimate with each other. So in those circumstances, like the women, they're not going to like you're not going to get them. You know what I mean? Like period. So there's no sense in like trying. Um, but yeah, no, I'm not intimidated. I'm not like, oh my gosh, she's going to beat me up. Like I wouldn't. I wouldn't approach a dude's woman in front of him. So like I wouldn't approach a woman's like
You are silly. You are absolutely silly for that one.
what do you mean? Why am I silly? What's silly about that? Wait, what's silly
No,
about that?
just continue on.
Oh yeah. So what I'm saying is that yeah. So yeah, so but like I really wouldn't approach a dude's woman in front of him either. I'm not because I feel like he could take me. That's not the whole thing. It's just like the woman is not in a position to like get with you anyway. You get what I'm saying? So it's like there's no sense, and then and on top of that, it's like there's no reason to fight over a woman. You know what I mean? Like there's like what's the point? And on top of that, because like what happened with the security guard situation, they were like, essentially I was walking into like I guess these women were all together, so they probably would have jumped me. But I was like, look, man, 5 women, that's not even 5 women against one man. That's still like I still have the advantage. You know what I'm saying? like, like or at least one healthy guy. You know what I'm saying? So but yeah, but I mean, yeah, a lot of women are lesbians here, and a lot of women are fucking trannies too. It's wild. Like New York is pretty damn bad when it comes to like the amount of trannies and the amount of lesbians. Like
I actually kind of
it's really here.
in my mind, like I identify like Atlanta with all the traps.
Yeah,
Like
I would say the good thing
some
about New
cultures
York.
like really bad over there.
Yeah, I would say the good thing about New York is that a lot of the sisters are natural though. So I think New York has a good pool, but like compared to Africa, like there's no comparison. Like the women I saw in Africa, like just hands down, just way like in terms of even looks, like in terms of aesthetics, just better. And even this, I'll tell you this. So one time I had this elder and she made clothes, like she sewed clothes so that they fit better. So like essentially the way how women wear clothes in America doesn't really accentuate their shapes, whereas the women in Africa, they happen to have the clothes that really fits their body. So like in Africa, you might be deceived. You might be like, yo, this woman got some cake, and she doesn't. You know what I mean? But like you didn't know because she's wearing clothes that looks good on her. Whereas here in America, it's like, when you come back to America, you're like everything looks sloppy. Like even sometimes when you looking on, like you looking at the women in America that we glorify, we're like, yo, this chick's bad and all this stuff. It's like, she like not that she would be mid in Africa, but she's not all that. Like even like Megan the Stallion, who's like considered bad here, like nah. Like when I
Well,
was
let
in
me ask
Africa,
you
like nah.
something. What kind of clothes are they? Are they wearing the same type of clothes, or is it different style of clothes?
Yeah, the thing is that it's the same clothes, but if you sew it right, because like the thing is that black women in America are wearing clothes that's sewed for white women, so
Right.
it's going to mess up their shape. So my elder, she got some good money just redoing the same clothes to fit a woman's body shape. You know,
Yeah,
like
the
if you,
tailors.
yeah, if you,
You
if you,
might have a point with that.
Before you
Now that I think
continue
about it.
about all this wonderful shaped and dressed
wait,
African
what'd you
women,
say?
I say before you go on about all these wonderfully, dressed and shaped African women, look, you all need to get your stuff together in America before you go out, jumping off into, the African women. Look, all you're saying is that, oh, poverty is great and poverty makes women, all
Nah,
nice and
but hold on, Tan, hold on. I got
That
my shit together.
I'm not talking about you.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about me. I got my shit together.
Well, I'm talking about the women, like, I'm just talking about the women. Now, you're saying that, okay, they are wonderful and great and natural because they are poor. The women in America and people are following the women in America. You talk about, oh, well, the women are still selling, their bodies for whatever, and you're buying it, obviously. So they're copying the system of America that they see the American women. That's what they're doing. American women, they sell themselves for whatever. They talk about, oh, I want a guy who makes this much money and this much all that, and he can take care of me, and he's this and that and that, and he's high value. This is what the manosphere is also, setting. Well, I don't know. I can't talk about it. I don't know enough about it. But this whole high value stuff, the men are also setting themselves up for failure, because if you're talking about all high value stuff, most men and most women and most people are average. So, this high value stuff nonsense is stuff that you're setting a lot of people up for failure.
That's true.
facts.
Yeah.
Very
No, but
So
true.
look, you might say that's true for general cases, but it's not for everybody.
no, it's not for
That's the whole
everybody.
point.
Obviously, just like celebrity is not for everybody, but everybody wants to be famous. So everybody's putting themselves out there, and yet maybe celebrity is not for you. Maybe the industry is not for you. So I just
Yeah, a lot of people's mid. That's true. A lot of people's mid. That's why I'm saying, like, I never watched the guy, but I know that he used to call mid people mid. You know what I mean? And like some people need to hear that. A lot of people are mid. And that's the trouble. It's like a lot of people that like just like how we were saying earlier, or like how Yona was saying earlier, a lot of people are not marriage material. You know what I mean? And the thing is this though, when it comes, what amounts to, and like if you peep what Erzulie was saying earlier, what amounts to marriage material for a man isn't the same thing that amounts to marriage material for a woman, right? And so even though you might say, oh, this woman is poor and all that kind of stuff, that don't mean that she's not marriage material. You see what I'm saying?
Well, in my
Doesn't mean that
observation,
she's
I
not
never
marriage
seen
material.
anybody. Yeah, I've never seen anybody in my observation that's in a healthy relationship holler about high value this and high value that. Just
Oh,
saying.
I tell you, I don't look. That guy was a fucking like he hated black women. I never listened to him personally, right? It's just that everybody knows what he was about, what time he was on, because people would show clips of him. I'm not saying he was right. I think he was a fucking loser, honestly. But what I'm saying is that if we're saying that most people are mid, that doesn't disqualify the idea that, well, if you aren't mid, right, then you should look at other options besides from mid. You know what I'm saying? So, and like me personally, I'm not against single mothers, because again, I'm a single father, right? And part of me, like what will make a good woman is for her to be good with children. You get what I'm saying? Now, I don't know per se if she's good with children or not, but what I'm saying is that ultimately, yeah, like even if people are not mid, when I talk about me, I'm talking about me. I'm saying, look, I got my shit good in America already, right? So I don't have no business being here. I have no business meeting a woman here, especially if my shit is good in America but great in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like if my shit is good in America but great in Africa, then why the fuck am I settling for good when I could have great?
Agreed.
I feel you.
Yeah, I hear that. But at the same time, I still say that we have to figure out America first before we go to Africa, because Africa is looking to America for
All right,
direction.
let me actually talk to that. Let me actually talk to that because you said that like 3 times. You know,
Yeah, I have, because I think we're
no,
going back and
America is
forth.
not. Africa's not really looking to America like that.
Mm,
Okay,
mhm.
Africa's not really looking to America like that. Here's the thing, right? Um, America or even Black America has its influence, sure, right? Particularly in the cities, okay, particularly in the cities, but that's because you know ghetto culture or urban culture is just generally urban culture, and Black Americans are going along with it, but everybody else is going along with it, right? All the same, right? Uh, that's not to say that when you go to Africa, all you're going to meet is a bunch of city people per se. Okay, like even though I went to Dar es Salaam, the main city in Africa, a lot of people are still going to be very connected with the countryside, and they're going to be able to go to the country all the time. Just like what you were saying, I think last time we heard you speak, you were saying, "Hey, look, you're in Nairobi," which when I thought of Nairobi, I was like, "That's slum town, right?" But you were like, everybody every week goes back to the village, or every holiday goes back to the village. So it's like, yes, you can't. And then here's the thing: there are some people who do not even leave the village to go to Nairobi. So you could have your choice of. And here's the thing: even inside of Kenya or any of these African nations, but I think our last person I heard was they were in Kenya. They were saying, or it might have been Ghana, but they were saying, uh, even the city people in Ghana or the city people in Kenya would say, "Oh, I want to get a wife. I'm gonna go down to the country and get me a wife." Right? So as to say that, and not to say that you won't have your values eroded when you go to the city. That's fine if they are. The reality is this: that if you are doing great economically, or if you have your shit together economically, even in America, women ain't really whining. They ain't complaining. You understand? But the thing is, like I said, even if I have enough money for myself in America, right? I could have my money for myself in America is money for a family in Africa, right? And if I have money for a family in America, that's money for like 3 families in Africa, right? So essentially, so that way, even if that woman was like, you know what, I want to be on that materialist mindset, I want to be on this kind of mindset, whatever it is, right? You could actually afford it there. You understand? Unlike here. So she's like, I want to do my nails every day I want to do my nails every week. That's the kind of thing I want because I saw it on, Real Housewives or whatever. She wants to get her nails done every week in America. Okay, you spending $100 every week, right? I don't know how much nails cost, but that's what you're doing, right? Whereas if she wants to get her nails done every week in Africa, you spending $10 every week, and she's just as happy.
All
So,
right,
so
all right,
yeah.
all right, all right. Coco is telling us to wrap it in or bring it in or whatever. So yeah, Sankara Bishop, did you fancy a word?
Did I what? Say that again?
Do you fancy a word?
Yeah, well, I wanted to know. I was going to ask you what you meant, because I know you said that a couple times that um, we should get things together here first in America before going to Africa. What? How does that look to you, or what exactly do you mean by that? Just curious.
I think that everything you want to do in Africa, you should first do in America. So that means if it's marriage, you should be able to marry in America and then marry in Africa. That's, you know, well, polygamy, that we're not going to start that. But let's say with business, if you're going to do business, you should be able to do business in America first and then be able to connect that and do business in Africa. I don't recommend somebody just going saying, "Oh, I can't make it in America. Let me go to Africa and try my luck." The chances of your success are going to be very low. You're at your best advantage in your home court in your home court area, and Black Americans have that home court advantage. Yeah, maybe some immigrants might be a little bit superficial when they say, oh, they have everything, they have all the opportunities and so on. But I say that Black Americans should take advantage of their position, not just of, being, yeah, you might be second class citizens, it's true, but you're still citizens of the greatest country in America where everybody is trying to get here. You're already here. Take advantage of that. And then you know um, apply that advantage into other places in the world. This is what other people do. Other Americans, they go out in all these countries. They have military bases, they have economic bases, they have physical bases in other countries. So this is what Black Americans should be doing. You are,
I agree. I agree.
yeah, you have the privilege of being, if your power is not working for you in America, find somewhere else where it can work better for you. And believe me, anywhere you go, don't go to Mexico for BBL freaking surgery. Go there to establish businesses and do work and at least learn the language and take some economic advantage. Don't just, I'm sorry, but how it looks to me is that if you're a Black American, succeed first in whatever thing it is, even if it's just selling soul food on the side of the street, whatever it is. Make where you have an advantage first, succeed there, even if it's minimally, and then take that success and then translate it somewhere else. You can't succeed somewhere if you haven't, you're not going to succeed somewhere if you have a defeatist or a failure mentality. Well, oh, I can't succeed in America, therefore I'm going to go to Africa. No, that's not going to work, unfortunately, because people smell success and failure. And if you go to Africa with this mindset that, oh, I'm I'm not accepted here, therefore I'm looking for acceptance over there. No, if you're going to Africa, go with a plan, go with a mentality that I'm going to make money and I'm going to make those people money. I'm going to improve their lives and I'm going to improve mine. If you're just going to go there and say, oh, I haven't succeeded in America, let me go to Africa and see what I can do. No, you're going to be taken advantage of. You're going to be scammed. You're going to be cheated. You're going to be disappointed. And then you're going to come back to America and say, oh, these Africans, blah, blah, blah. You know? So I would rather somebody succeed. And also just for your plan B, if things don't work out, it's a new environment. You don't really know too much about it. It's just like an African living and going to America. You don't know how the laws work. You don't know anybody there. You're taking a huge chance. You're selling all your life savings. You're leaving everything, your family, your life. Now, not just your life, your ancestors, your land, everything. You're leaving there to go to this promise of America. So it has to work out. You're not just going to go there on a whim. And the same thing with Black Americans. Don't just go to Africa on a romantic and ideological wing. Go and then find out and do your research. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just answer that though. So here's the thing. You say make your shit work in America. The thing is that how? You understand? Like America is it's not that it can't work in America. It's just that it's like it's
It would
just
be
a
remiss.
lot it's a lot harder, one, and two, it's like you're wasting your damn time. You know, in fact, and the thing is that it's also ironic because, like I said, there was this one video I saw where they were promoting, you know, people going to Africa to like retire, and the sister was like, she doesn't want people going to Africa to retire. She wants people to go to Africa to build. You know, and so it's like if you are a young African person, especially if you have that mobility, right? Then just go. You know what I mean? Like go to the this idea that you can just transform and change America, it's just unrealistic insofar as America is another person's country. You know what I'm saying? America is another person's country, and because it's another person's country, um, like telling people, hey, you know, you should change, like you're not going to.
My only point of disagreement with that is with regards to the whole marriage thing. I personally can't, in good conscience, advocate a person just seek marriage in America first and foremost. Like before, like, you know, just like finding a better situation. Sorry about that. A better situation elsewhere. And then two, um, this is probably where I might would differ. I get the concept, but I differ in the sense that like, um, America, I think I think we would be remiss to say that it's still in its heyday with regards to like, you know, growth and everything. At least with regards to like it seems to be a sinking ship. So I would say if you're going to go, don't just and this is maybe just like my happy middle ground. I wouldn't say necessarily just go, but I also wouldn't say start a whole business over here and make it work over here before you go over there. Like if you want to bring a business opportunity elsewhere, that's fine. There are a number of industries in America where it's like basically kind of been the market has either been cornered or it's been regulated into like not profitable. So I would say first and foremost, um, not necessarily start a business, but learn a trade or some skill or trade that is essentially going to be useful no matter where you go. Like everybody needs skilled labor, African included. So just like I would say find something that you kind of like, you know, have an interest or a passion for that like, you know, is a skill and is like pretty much useful no matter where you go before you go over. And then obviously do your research, local laws, language, try to actually like, you know, do the barest, be able to do the barest minimum of communication with the people there if you're going to go there. And then, you know, if you're going to set up shop, which, you know, I'm not against because, you know, again, things kind of like going downhill over here. We've actively lost or like, you know, about 17% of our spending power when it comes to our like, you know, the currency in the West, specifically America. It's like, well, you know, oh, and this is probably one other thing I would mention that's kind of just like, you know, a little bit aside from the point or whatever. If you're going to like attempt to like, you know, move your wealth out of the country or whatever, like, you know, like say buy gold or, you know, something, you know, or, you know, I'll say move resources, gold or, you know, your currency or trade it out for the local one or whatever. I would say just on the off chance, because it seems to be that they're not done printing money here. I would say if you're gonna do it, you should probably be moving the gold over now because there's a good chance that they might just ban the ownership of it. You know, like they did last time, turn it in for like, you know, the current price or whatever, and then like, you know, everybody turns it in, and then all of a sudden it's worth like, you know, went from $2,000 to like say $20,000 per ounce, and then if you tried to cash it in for like, you know, the actual price, well, you're a federal criminal. We're just gonna take your, you know, your gold and send you to prison. So that would be my stance on it. It's like you don't necessarily have to like seek marriage here because I can't in good conscience say that you should or advocate for it. I understand that it works or like, you know, at least in theory it works, but like in practice we've kind of like destroyed the institution. So if you wanted to go over there and find somebody who, you know, is suitable to be a wife, I'm fine with that. But if you're going to start a business or you're going to go over there for like, to, do work, actual work, I would say find a skill that's marketable or a marketable trade, something that's useful no matter what the situation before you go over, so that you can essentially, one, you always have like, even if you don't want to do that, you can always, rely on that. And then you're actively like, bringing something of value to the people there.
I are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what Tan is saying. I agree with what Oni's saying. Um, but the point is, coming from somebody who owns my own business too. Um, as far as what Tan is saying, makes 100% sense. With marriage, you don't obviously have to specifically have been married to go to Africa. Of course not, but at least have that marriage minded, that family unit, wanting to have that carry on. That's a plus. So I get what Tan is saying with that. As far as what you're saying with having a trade, that's a beautiful thing to have a trade. And you can even start a school. Shoot, you could even come to the school that I'm at and teach the trade there. But you have to also know how to manage business wise. So it's good to take a couple of business classes here, even if it's online, or going to like a college for like 6 months, getting a certificate, a semester or something like that. That's imperative, because for African Americans, I would say we live in a country where there is a plethora of different races, cultures, creed, whatever. Okay. And we're pretty much groomed in that. We're raised like that. When you go to an all black country, it's going to be a culture shock. And I'm not just talking about, oh, they ain't no, pipes to running water and roads. And no, the mentality of the people is completely different. All right. So even for somebody like me, when I go back home to Jamaica, they don't call me a Jamaican anymore. They call me foreigner, because my whole mind frame is different. The air that I'm breathing here, everything, I've been groomed here differently. So I agree with all of y'all, because there's levels to it. It's always levels to stuff in life. And you, number one, you have to really like prepare yourself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually too. You can't just be like, okay, I'm just gonna take all my crap and bring it to Africa and I'm just gonna live. No, the people them there is different, just like how the people them here is different. You know, and if you're gonna think about opening a business, even if you're not thinking about opening a business, you gotta take some sort of business class, because you gotta know what you're doing. Not saying is the same structure here is going to be the same structure there, but you have some type of similarity, and you know what it is that you're doing, how to budget, how to create a business plan, business projection, um, all that good stuff that you need to do to run your business, marketing, and talking to people differently. I have people working for me in Africa. A lot of the time, they don't even show up. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? I even want to pay them more money, and they will come get the pen. And I'm like, yo, dub them. No, is sorry to say it, but you have lazy people everywhere, you know? So you're going to have a backup for your backup. Just in case your backup act up, you got to have a backup for all of that. And you got to be prepared for that too. So I understand what everybody is saying, and there's levels to it. So, it makes sense. And this is good that we have conversations like this, because it's well needed, especially for our people who's looking to repatriate or to think about even going there just to start business. You can't just up and just go and start a business. Got to know what you're doing. Got to know the people that you're working with.
Well said, sis. Well said, Dada. And yeah, we cannot change as individuals. We can't change the outside system. I think all we can do is do what we can in our limited personal, lives. And that's why, oh, we lost someone. And that's why it's important to to still have these conversations, because until we refigure it out, that's why I say refigure it out, because these things have already been, you know, talked about. We already know. It's like this when people talk about, oh, there's multiple, now men or women, and they're confused about what a man and a woman, and things that people already knew. Now all of a sudden we're confused about it. So I think we're doing regression into, into the human, into the human psyche. Technology is leaping forward, while we as humans are just, sinking deeper into the abyss. So even the idea of, we might think that, oh, that's far out of, our thinking, this whole idea of just people transforming, waking up and saying, oh, today I feel like this and that. But that's what they are, because nobody has any clear cut idea of who they're supposed to be. We're all functioning from this very limited idea of, oh, anybody can be whatever they want, and when there are no rules, anybody can make up their own rules. So we have to rethink what the point, what the meaning of, even relations between men and women. Now we have to go back to the drawing board and look back at things. And for me, the first thing is, the children. The, whatever complaints and discontention we have with each other, we still have to remember that you should not create, perpetuate, and you know, continue this conflict. If continue in the form of a child, at least we should resolve the war before we start creating life. So, all I'm saying is that it's sad that when we come together, it's just to argue, to war with each other, and sometimes we should just think of, what do we still really have in common? What do we still want to with each other? I know that men and women are different. We all have different ways of seeing and wanting and things like that. But I believe that we still of the same, species, right? We still want the same things. We still have to come together and procreate. So there's still the things that we have in common enough to get together and say, okay, we might be different, but we still have these things in common. So that's all I'm saying. Like, we say, oh, I'm tired of you women. We're going to walk away. Walk away and go where? Where are you going to go? And then the same thing with this women. Oh, I don't need a man. Well, if you don't need a man, what are you going to do? What's going to replace, the man in your life, and by not needing man, you're canceling the whole of half of humanity. So you're saying that you actually need other human beings. So it's all very, very, dire all the way around, and it's not very. I know somebody said in jest that, oh, the result of the gender, oh, that was Mondatezi earlier. Like, oh, the result of it is just to say, okay, let's just go, the rainbow flag way. But that's not a solution either. You know, the solution with that is just to not to create technological monstrosities where we now create life because we can't get on with each other. Then now we have to go, um, resort to crazy measures just to create, the next generation of human beings. At that point, like, what's the point of even continuing with existence? Anyway, sorry to be bleak. Um, all right, go ahead, and you can have your last, and you can have as long as you want on the information. Thank you all for joining. I know
That's
it's
right.
the usual, but Jagun Molu. I hope one day you can come up and tell us how to pronounce your name. It's very interesting with the accents on the O and the U. So yeah, that would be interesting to know where that provenience is from. But go ahead, everyone. You can. There's no limit. You can say as much as more, or you can digress as much as you want. Go ahead.
Oh, we're good. I was just thanks for having me. So that's all.
You're a laconic person. Go ahead. Yeah, Nabi.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Tan, and to the gentleman on the panel with us. Thank you so much too. You brought a lot of different good insights and everything. But my whole stance is, I understand what Azuli's saying. Fortunately, Azuli don't be understanding what I'm saying. You have to, if you want to, not you have to, but if you want to build in this world, in this country, in this land, anywhere in this world, like what I was saying, you have to have a family. You know, this notion that women have, like, okay, I don't need a man, no, I don't want a man, I could survive on my own, is bull crap. It really is. Who wants to just be out here in this world just surviving? I want to live. Therefore, I need my man. I want my man, and I definitely need him because I need a man to live. Yes, I know people go, oh, you don't need a man to. No, I need my man to live. Yes, I do. I don't want to survive.
Yona
Survive.
B, are you being a pick me?
Yes, I am. Glad to be one, Tanzan. Biggest pick me. Yes, I am. So yeah, like, it's all about that. And for the men, they're like, oh, well, I don't need a woman. I don't have to listen to a woman. You're all state property or whatever, and I'll never get married here. Listen, it's all about the journey. This life, it's all about the journey. You get married, God forbid it lasts 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It's all about the journey, the moments that you and that woman, that man shared, having a baby, raising these children, building something or trying to build something. It's all about those moments, those connections, emotional bonds that you have together. Why think so far down the line? Oh my gosh, she's going to take my money. Oh my God, it's not going to work. Oh my God, he's not going to be good to me. Oh my God, he's going to cheat on me. You can't go into stuff thinking like that. And yes, you have to protect yourself, for sure. And you try to do everything that you can. But main thing is, you got to just live. You got to live and love and let it just flow. And we need to start getting back to the nuclear family in Black America, in Western America. We need that. It's a need, especially in the Black community. We need to start getting back to that. So whether you're a passport bro, you bring your woman here, or you go wherever, go there and build healthy families. Healthy families. That's what you do. That's what it's all about. The end of the day is your family, not just your extended family, which is your mom and dad and brothers and sisters, but your immediate family, your husband, your wife, your children. That's what you stand on. That's what Black people in America and the Caribbean needs to start standing on now. I have a healthy family. My husband, my child, and I. My wife, my child, and I. That's what you got to do. And I hope more people can just start thinking differently, to build healthy families. That's it.
All right. Well said. Well said. So, yeah, asante sana to everyone. And it's been a great conversation. And asante, and also pole. Pole is the Kiswahili word for, sorry. It means my apologies for, sometimes some people perceive it as not controlling. I just, have people, everyone to just say their peace of mind. So sometimes, people go on, and I do too. I do too. I can't lie. Sometimes I do go on and on, and sometimes, but I think that I'm not very good at controlling people. I'll try to moderate better in the future, and I take the criticism with grace. Like I said, we're here to have a conversation. We're here to learn. We're here to become, better, and that includes myself. So I thank everyone who was here tonight. We had a good conversation, and I hope we continue to dialogue and to to solve these issues, because yeah, the world is a complicated place, and we're still just trying to make the best of it. And unfortunately, sometimes you learn too late about things that you wish you knew before, and you want to go back and tell yourself like, hey, either it's going to be, hey, things are not as bad as they seem, or man, you better watch out. So and thank you especially to the panelists. Dangwi, you're about to go. Yes, thank you so much. You've been a wonderful conversationalist. I like to talk. I like to talk to people. I like to hear people's ideas, people's perspectives, and I think that is great. Whether we disagree, I'm cool on people disagreeing and having their say. I may not always agree, and we may not always agree with each other, but I think that it's healthy to be able to see a different point of view and still, you know, to still hold your own, or to see the critique or the weaknesses in your position. None of us have the entire monopoly on truth and correctness. So we all stand to be, you know, um, illuminated from time to time. So thank you all, everyone who was here. Of course, my dada sister. It's funny because dada is like that, but it's not. It's not that. Kaka is kaka and Ndugu. That's why I say Ndugu, but it's also kaka. But Ndugu and kaka is brother. So asante sana, dada Yona B. You are great as always. Asante sana to Dangwi. You were patient. To Oni, you are talkative as always. Bwana Haguziki, you are temperate. To who am I forgetting? Who's up here? Yonabi, who's up here? And of course, Zuli, you should be mad at me if I forget you. Yeah, Zuli, thank you so much for your passion, your truth, yeah, we might be all of that stuff. Yes, thank you, Dangwi. You've been awesome and great, and everybody. And in the comment section, of course, Koku always here, shames me into being punctual. So, Koku, thank you for being here. Real black gentleman. I'm not going to get everybody, so we're about to be closing out. Um, who else was Juju? Yes, whatever to Oni, just hating as always. And Pi was in Pi. That's how you pronounce it. Pi. He spells his name in a very creative fashion. Juju was here. Thank you for being in the comment section. Janzola, where are you? I won't make the grammatical mistake of saying where you at. But anyway, but yes, Janzola was here. Bwana Haguziki, always slight hating, the maximum hatred comes from Oni, and then the minimum hatred comes from Bwana Haguziki. So I'm used to that by now. And you know, who else did I miss? Yes, and of course the great, should I say great? The great and very, prolific Jagun Molu. Jagun Molu. Yes, I hope I said that right. So yeah, AFR was, yes, thank you, Oni. AFR was here, and Ndugu Sankofa Patrice Bishop. Oof, yes, I would be remiss if I forgot them. So Brother Sankofa brought the how do you call it, the wisdom, and put you all in your place. Okay, thank you very much. Asante sana to everyone who was here. Coco, thank you for that. Thank you for saying it's a good show. I appreciate it. Yes, yes, they should have received. Okay, before we get off,
Oh, American Rifleman was here too, Tan, in the
yes,
beginning.
American Rifleman, right? I usually call him just A5 because American Rifleman just sounds very, uh, yes, but AFR was here. AFR, see, even Oni calls him AFR, and Sankofa Patrice Bishop. So yeah, we have conversations about everything. This is just one of them. The last one was, what was the last one about? Oh, Afro pessimism, and that was also inspired by Zuli, by the way, because of the shoot the breeze. Yes, The shrimp
Mm-hmm.
steam, yes. Erzulie was like, "What are we talking about? What are we talking?" Yeah. So if you have a chance, if you're in a sad mood, go ahead and then listen to that one. But you're gonna be it's been awesome, great, wonderful, and all of that. And yeah, if you have some last words, go ahead. If not, we'll close out.
No, it was a great show, and thank you so much for having me on here. I appreciate it. And Tan, you being the the walking Google, as I call you, these are some good topics that our people need to hear, and not only hear it but apply it in real life for sure. Thank you for having me, Tan. Thank you, sis.
It's been great, and thank you for joining. And great, and thank you for everyone for being active, proactive, reactive, and we will close out as we always do with a prayer of gratitude to the ancestors for the information that we gleaned from each other, that we shared, that we learned, and it was a good one. A whole word. Wow. Thank you so much, Real Black Gentleman. To you as well. Everybody here, I suppose, was a whole mood. It's everybody brought their best. So I appreciate it, and kwaheri to everyone, and a great prayer of asante and gratitude to the ancestors. I believe that they are watching us and that they are keeping this for the descendants, for the future people, that we did talk about this. We tried our best. We may not have had all the solutions, but we had an honest, you know um, sincere wish to to give the best to the people who are getting to go behind us. So yes, and we appreciate everything that we got from those who came before us. That as well. We're not here just from popping out of magic. We actually came here from two people, 8 people, grandparents, 16 people, great grandparents, and so on. So we're not just here by ourselves. We're here because of each other. And I thank you all, asanteni, and to the ancestors, asanteni, and respect and honor. All right, then kwaheri,
Peace out.
peace, amani.